من هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر
Nó phải đi đến đây nè.
يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم آمين تذكر جيراني بذي سلامي ما زجت دمعا جرى من مقلة بدمي يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم أم هبت الريح من تلقاء كاظمة وأومض البرق في ظلماء من إضامي يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم أيحسب الصب أن الحب منكتم ما بين منسجمين منه ومضطرمين يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ
close family shares their data, but an Epic family gets more data and more value with our Epic family.
يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم
Assalamualaikum. Inshallah, we will begin shortly. We wait until your friends are in. Okay. Tentatively, we'll begin at 9.
Doctor, are you talking? Your mic is off.
Okay, yeah, I didn't realize that the microphone was off. Thank you very much, Anissa, for pointing it out. Inshallah, we will begin shortly, but in the tentative, we put nearly 9, we will begin. But if everyone is here, then I think have no objection to start. But before that, I would like to perhaps see who is around here. Uh, is Dr. Fadlina in? Okay. Okay, so I think we will wait for a moment. Okay, Dr. Azmi, okay over there? Oh, good. So some of us are conducting online from the campus, but the rest of us are online from home. So inshallah, we hope the program will run smoothly with everybody here together. Okay, so I think we carry on with the preparations that are necessary. I'll come back, inshallah.
Jos Urin, menambah tenaga dan menyegarkan.
بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم آمين تذكر جيراني بذي سلامي ما زجت دمعا جرى من مقلة بدمي يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم أم هبت الريح من تلقاء كاظمة وأرمض البرق في ظلماء من
Fitri ini bukan.
يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم آمين تذكر جيراني بذي سلام واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى
Yes, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We are approaching 9 o'clock. Just to see everyone who's around. So we have right now around 167 students online, and the rest of our students are watching through YouTube streamline. Okay, so I hope we are going to do this well. Inshallah, this is the first time we do it fully online. The past one we did was of hybrid nature. So some of us were there physically at the library, and but eventually what we saw was everyone participated. Okay, because we had some interactions afterwards in the introduction of Islamic science class. Okay, so we have a few minutes to go. So how are you, Dr. Fadlina? Where are you streaming from?
I'm very well, thank you very much, Dr. Fadila. I am streaming from Kuantan,
Okay.
from my hotel room in Kuantan, because I have to pick up my daughter and her belongings. She is going to, she already finished her final exam at IIUM Kuantan. And next semester, she will have to change her mahala. So I will have to bring back all her belongings.
Belongings. Okay. Dr. Tazmi, and you?
I'm at campus.
At the campus. How's campus today? Is the library full of students?
I'm actually at SIRI, so
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, at SIRI.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, for everyone's information, we have a building. We call it the SIRI. Built is a house, isn't it? A small cottage-like house. So that is also a place where we conduct our programs for ISI. Okay. We also have our fellow lecturers with us. Okay, Dr. Zahib are there. So how has it been in Islamic science class, Introduction to Islamic Science class, Dr. Azmi, for the semester?
We had our final presentation was yesterday ada lagi from FPBU in class, so it's been well, and the students were very committed. I've seen the ebooks, it's very interesting. I learned also new stuff, and they dug up informations from the scholars, which was very interesting. We had students talking about Ibn Khaldun's they were actually inspired by Ibn Khaldun's futures studies and projections juga, and they were inspired by his perspective in history, historiography.
Historiography.
Yes, typically these students actually they thought that history was kind of like a passive way of describing the past, but actually Ibn Khaldun's perspective made it more interesting, and he said that it's a cycle, and history is actually a cycle, so you can predict the future by these cycles of human behavior. That's why civilizations, comes up and down. So Ibn Khaldun actually set up these patterns for projecting the future of civilizations. So they learned from that. Yes. So it's quite nice.
So I'm happy to know that our students from different fields, be them in law, in sciences, in dentistry, Quran and Sunnah, okay, whilst focusing on the discipline, on their own discipline, that they are also engaging in readings, philosophical books, and historical aspects of Islamic science. This is valuable.
Many of the reflections were, asking. They were inspired by, having not to focus only on one field, but you know, inspiring them to know about being curious about other fields also, to because they're actually learning that, oh, everything is actually interconnected with, you know, the whole body of philosophy and knowledge. So this is, you know, one of the reflections that many of them have in common, and this is what the objective was about. And so it's very nice.
Okay, okay, good. All right. So now it's 9 o'clock already. Inshallah. Thank you everyone for attending Islamic Science Futures in Advancing Realities. And for this, first of all, we recite Surah Al-Fatiha. For the blessings of the program, let us also read a dua recited by Dr. Zahir. Please welcome.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين اللهم إنك خلاق عظيم إنك سميع عليم إنك غفور رحيم إنك رب العرش العظيم إنك البر الجواد الكريم Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, Engkaulah yang mempunyai segala kepujian. Engkaulah yang berhak menerima segala kepujian, Ya Allah. Engkaulah yang berhak menerima segala kesyukuran, dan Engkaulah yang memiliki segala pemerintahan di tangan Engkau, segala kebajikan. Kepada Engkaulah kembali segala urusan. Allahumma ya Karimun ya Rahim. Cucurilah rahmat dan rahimu ke atas majlis Islamic Science Futures Advancing Reality 3.0 yang diadakan pada hari ini secara maya. Berkatilah ia daripada awal sehingga akhir, Ya Allah. Ya fa'alul lima yurid, kami juga memohon perlindungan daripada-Mu, Ya Allah, dari segala perkara yang boleh mencacat celakan majlis kami dan daripada segala perkara yang melalaikan kami dari membuat taat kepada-Mu, Ya Allah. Kami serah segala urusan kami kepada-Mu. Rabbana alaika tawakkalna wa ilaika anabna wa ilaikal masir. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين تقبل الله.
Thank you, Dr. Zahir, for the recitation of dua. So, inshallah, with that beginning, we set our hearts and mind to focus on this area of knowledge in which we think is very important, essential for our students, especially in order to understand now, to understand the current changes and also how to navigate the future. So, for this program, inshallah, for the whole day with us, I have a team together with us. My fellow trainer is Dr. Fadlina Alias. Probably you would like to introduce yourself, Dr. Fadlina?
Baik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. Yang berbahagia dekan ISI, sahabat saya Dr. Fadila, dan juga pensyarah-pensyarah lain yang mengajar pengantar sains Islam. Also students who are in the room right now and those who are also following. I understand that this is being streamed live on YouTube as well. I'm very happy to see your presence here, and I'm very excited to be part of another installation of Isfar. This is the third series, I believe. So I am a lecturer at the Faculty of Sharia and Law, USIM, also an associate fellow of ISI. This is my 17th, or no, going to 18th year teaching in USIM. And I am on board with Dr. Fadila, part of her, you can say, Futures team, Futures research team. Futures is something that I discovered around 3, 4 years ago, together with Dr. Fadila. And it has been truly an eye-opener to learn the methodology and to apply the methodology in almost every aspect of my life, not only, professionally, but also personally. And I hope whatever we will share with you today with the assistance of your lecturers will also make an impact in your life, help to widen your horizons, um, uh, provide you with a wider worldview and a wider Islamic worldview, see the beauty of Islam in its truest sense, and also help you to navigate your own futures, because the best future is the created future. Thank you very much, Dr. Fadila. I think that's all from me for the introduction.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fadila. I'm very happy to have her around because she believes in the course, and it's easy because when we say we want to disseminate this to the students, um, it's a it's a straightforward course that we both of us shared, and I think this is also being shared by others as well right now by now in ISI, and we think that this is going to be something that is going to last long. But this is not the legacy of us who starts. This seems to start as in the formal setting like this, but it is actually something that has been promoted by our Professor Dr. Norita. Professor Dr. Norita, are you around here? Can you please introduce yourself? So Dr. Norita was the former pengarah of Islamic Science Institute, and she headed a lot of initiatives on futures. We had the futures, what we call that, chair in USIM, and a lot of futures programs have been conducted for USIM and for the Muslim community. Prof. Norita, is Prof. Norita around?
Ya,
Okay.
Assalamualaikum.
Ya, sila, Prof.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to
Yeah.
everyone. Okay, thank you, Dr. Fadila. I think that was the opportunity or rezeki that came passed by, and I'm just opening the door, and I think you and your team pick up very well. Alhamdulillah. So all the best.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Prof. Norita will be around. So Prof. Norita will be chipping in inputs here and there, and also facilitating the group to discuss. And I also invite Dr. Azmi, please.
Okay. Thank you all for joining for this session, inshallah. I appreciate every one of the students and also the instructors, the admins in conducting this. This will be the final conclusion of our course, ISI 1012, as the conclusion of the semester, which the students will have an exposure in the Islamic future studies. And this all of the knowledge that had been converted into from lectures and knowledge that were given to the students, they will try to apply this in their own life perspectives and projections of the future, and the future that they want for the Ummah al-Islam. So this will be a very good input, inshallah. So I will leave this to Dr. Fadila for proceeding to the next session.
Okay. So we have Dr. Ahmad around here as well. Please introduce Dr. Ahmad.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
A very good morning to everyone. I'm very delightful to have to be here today also. I'm also an alumni of USIM. It's always a question for me and my friends previously, what's to be a University of Science Islam alumni. So bringing this subject and this workshop hopefully can give some insight to all of future generations, and also a reflection for me to be a better self. Hopefully you can enjoy this session, and you can at least bring something towards for your life and the future directions when you're going after this. Inshallah, all the best.
Okay, inshallah. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. Can we hear from Encik Fitri, who's also teaching Islamic science, Introduction to Islamic Science? Okay, Cik Fitri or Dr. Juliana? Don't see around. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Yeah, can see you now.
Okay, I'm Dr. Juliana Junadi from FPQS USIM, and I'm also the course instructor for this subject. So I look forward to have this discussion today, inshallah, because we've also always wondering about what's going to happen in the future, right? So regarding the future studies and whatnot. So previously in our subject, we have gone through the past. We have gone through the Muslim golden age and whatnot. So from this lecture, hopefully we're going to see what will happen in the future, and hopefully we could be part of contribution to make a better future, inshallah.
Yeah,
Thank you, Doctor.
inshallah. Thank you, Dr. Juliana. Do you also have Puan Fatin, Ustazah Fatin, who is representing Quran Sunnah from Darul Quran? Okay, and also Encik Fitri, please.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
yeah.
Yeah, so far so good. I don't have any commentary at all. Because I also see myself as a participant, like the
Yeah.
other students. Considering this is my first Isfar, so I'm really looking forward to it, and hopefully, we will get the good exposure together, inshallah. So that's all.
Okay, thank you, Cik Fitri, for this. And Puan Fatin, if Puan Fatin is around, can you please highlight me? And in the meantime, I'll try to share my screen. All right. Okay, let's see what we have. So thank you for that introduction. Well, today we'll be using My Robot. I think many of you are already familiar with this. My Robot is a platform where we can share online. We can see people's contribution to the board. And so for this board, we allow for our students who are in this Zoom to come and participate directly. It is just for technical matters in which we do not want any disruption due to massive flow of participants inside. So all of the students who are outside, there are another platform for you, and I hope you can also follow our discussion from here. Inshallah, we will guide you from time to time. And I would really appreciate for students who directly have access to this, please use your laptop so that you will have a more stable holding of your icon of your cursor. All right. So thank you very much for the introduction just now. So whom we have introduced just now were the instructors, the course instructors of Islamic Science, Introduction to Islamic Science. So we have 1,000 plus students for this semester. And we feel for the last part of your course, you have a few weeks talking about the challenges of today, anticipation of the future. So we thought futures thinking could fit in. And this one day course is facilitated by our committees, whom are staff from Institute of Islamic Science. And we also have Dr. Zahir and Dr. Kamila. We put up the poster a little bit here. Time later, okay. Dr. Zahir and Dr. Kamila. Dr. Zahir is the Ketua Program for Islamic Science, and we have Dr. Kamila, who is the Deputy Dean of Islamic Science Institute. Okay, so let's begin with the content. First of all, we might want to ask, what is future studies? Are we predicting the future? Are we doing the job of fortune tellers? And the number one answer is no. We are not going to do any fortune tellers. We know in Islam, fortune telling is haram. Okay, what we are going to do actually is to understand the changes of today. To understand the changes of today, and by that we look at the data, we look at the phenomena that we see around, and what do these information tell us about what would probably be in the future. So we are talking about the probability, the possibility, and the what kind of futures that we want. So this is a very important exercise because it is actually not easy to to fix our mind and focus just to think about what we want for the future. We may do that for as of our individual level, but as a society, that is something that we need to explore further, especially for the Muslim community. So we do not want a future that is given by chance. We do not know the future, but at least we want to influence how the future would be by the efforts that we do today. All right, so future studies is used for to reduce the risk. At least we know certain risks are coming in the future. We just do not know which one or when, because the future this is by Allah's will. It is concealed from us. We do not know. That's one of the hikmah in Islam as well, as an abd. All right, and at least we do not have this unnecessary fear. So we face the future with bravery, and we avoid the negative futures. Negative futures are the futures that we do not want. All right. And then what we do with this futures thinking is also to create desired futures, like Dr. Fadlina mentioned just now. The best future is the future that you create, and to build positive visions of the future. So there are many concepts which are being used, also methods being used to examine the future. Okay, many in the form of, you see here at the diamond, foresight diamond here, you can see there are many methodologies, methods that are used to do this. Okay, but we will explore, inshallah, some of the methodologies in which I think you can apply them in real life, and also to apply in many of the subjects that you are studying. Now, from where do we find future studies as a field? Well, interestingly, future studies did not begin in the universities as a discipline, but it began from the military field, mainly in the military field. In the past, governments, states, they wanted to know what will our adversaries do next, and how do we prepare before they do in adversaries. So that was the political thinking, and also the military strategy in the past, in which strategic thinking developed. And later on, today, as we see, before today, slightly before, it was used by corporates, okay? By corporates, like, for example, companies like Shell, companies like Samsung. Those corporates are very familiarized and very used in the area of strategic thinking, to think about what business strategy they should adopt. Okay, and it was only in the 1950s to 1970s that the field of futures thinking or future studies has become a field by itself, which is taught in universities or in academic institutions. So between these times, we then get to know scholars whom developed this area, and then wrote researches in journals which are published. And now today, futures thinking has its own theories, has its own methodologies, just like other fields that we know of. All right, so this development, if you see in the arrow next to it, it is now being used for the public and government. For the governments also adopt this. Certain countries have already. We also in Malaysia, we had our 2020 wawasan. Okay, that was way back in 1980s. All right, so that was a form of futures thinking. Right now, we also see other countries are adopting this as well. And futures thinking at present is being advocated to the general public. This is what we call as futures literacy for everyone. So why is future studies so important? Because today, changes has become faster. So if you think about your parents' generation, how many major technologies that are changed during the 30 years. So you might see your mom or your father from the time without tap water, or from the time without transportation like today, and before internet, before electricity even, and then they had to undergo the time where electricity came, and then internet, and now the digital era, okay, of AI. So that is if you ask your father or your mother. But you can also ask yourself, within your lifespan, how much technology has changed. So the recent one that we are now using ChatGPT, but ChatGPT is already coming to become the past to us, because there are so many other advancement in AI that we are that already at our doorstep. Okay, so let's look at the next one. Okay, so here there are many methodologies, as I've mentioned, and there are many scholars who have been in the field, and of some of them, Alhamdulillah, we had the opportunity to learn directly from. Prof. Norita has introduced to us, Professor Sohail, and we, as much as possible, we try to follow the conferences that they conduct yearly, in order for us to update to be updated by the new discussions in the field. Okay, and then Professor Hail has introduced 6 basic concepts of futures thinking, alternative futures, and then mapping, anticipation, and one of the most important thing I think is widely used is the causal layered analysis. We will look at that a little bit later to see how these methods help us to understand changes. We also have here Professor Ziauddin Sardar, who is the chair of the International Institute of Future Studies by IIUM. He is influential in introducing a lot of Islamic perspective of futures. There are books by him, I think some of you are familiar with. So if you have time to go and find books written by these authors. And also Professor Riel Miller, who is from UNESCO. He talked a lot about about futures literacy, how to make futures something that is understandable. It is interesting, one thing that he mentioned, that it is for us to use the future, How can we use the future? It's interesting. So when you learn about future studies, you will find very interesting phrases, which you sometimes will go back and think of. Yeah, you might come to the realization of things, how the discussions make sense. And for me, personally, I think everyone here who's familiar with this, every time you join the course of futures thinking, is a very hectic actually process, because you are doing a lot of gymnastics with your mind, because your mind had to go back to the forth, to the future and to the present. Sometimes you go very micro, sometimes you go very macro. So that is a very good thing for the brain. So another source which it is important for you is you look at the books which are referred to by scholars when they talk about changes. So these are among the books which I put for you. Maybe you can refer later. Okay, so these are among our activities in futures thinking. We had a lot of trainings that we had conducted for schools, for the Muslim communities, and a lot of collaborations with many organizations. Okay, so when we talk about Islamic science, people might ask you, what do you mean by Islamic science futures, Islamic science futures? There are also even comments asking about science. Why do you have such a thing of Islamic science? Isn't science just science? Isn't science value free or value neutral? So yeah, those are the questions. I think by this time, you already have some discussion about this in the beginning of your course. What is Islamic science? So what we know Islamic science is the way how knowledge is construed from the Islamic worldview. And science here is not science of the specific field of science that we know, science and social science, but science here, it means knowledge, it means ilm, the plural of it is ulum, and this knowledge is, if you read writings by, for example, Professor Osman Bakar mentions that Islamic science, what is important for about it is rooted in the Islamic epistemology of Tawheed. So we treat science as a whole. We treat science in unity, in which we, in order to understand the nature, understand the world, science is to understand nature and world. We construe it by methodologies, and we also take into account what Islam says about it. So that is what is meant by wholeness or unity. And we, by doing so, we acknowledge the sources, okay, the sources with the sources of Naqliya, ulum al-Naqliya, that is from the Quran and Sunnah, and also the sources of al-Aqliya, that comes from your reasonings. So if you look at this definition of Islamic science is knowledge based on Tawhidic epistemology. That is what is most important. Epistemology, the way we look at knowledge, we have this understanding that all of this comes from God, and the absolute truth, although your empirical ways or methods to find, to understand nature of the world might give you some understanding, but we also resort to the guidance from Al-Quran and Sunnah. So that is what makes it different from other science. And why is it a term? So if you also look from the book of Tawheed and Science, you will find the discussion that in the past, there is no concept of Islamic science because science were Islamic, and because there was no other rival for science. Islamic science was the science of the time. Okay, so there was no need of promoting of Islamic science. You know, the polymaths in the past who acquire a lot of areas of knowledge. Okay, but because of you also know about the coming of the Western understandings, which separated is religion and knowledge. Then came this secularization, and that was why when science was separated from whatever value, religious value especially, then Islam has become the victim. And now that is why there is a need of naming it Islamic science, to revive and to put back, okay, the Islamic understanding, how you treat knowledge from the Islamic perspective. And it is even more important today because there are lots of problems that result from the modern approach towards science, which separate religion. So yeah, for that matter, that gives us a sense of purpose why we want to look at the future of Islamic science, because this is where we want to think about what kind of future that we want. What science, how we treat knowledge today, is it the right approach? And what problems has it give rise to? Okay, so yeah, I've put here some of the things which I find it interesting. If science basically gives us power because it's knowledge. It gives us if you talk about military technology, it gives you the opportunity to build very powerful machines. Okay, but if it's not directed, it is not guided, then basically people can do whatever they want with this knowledge, okay, which gives you power. Power in the form of monetary power or in the form of influence. But religion gives us purpose. So Islam gives us purpose. Knowledge is for the purpose of Islam as Khalifa on earth. So Professor Osman Bakar also argues that even if people, for those who propose that science should be value free, we can argue that, is it really value free? If you minus religion from it, the science that you want right now, is it really free from any value? So it is actually science that we have today is also not free because it is also being shaped by other indoctrinations or other understandings like capitalism, certain ways of wanting the world to be. So science is not totally free, even if it is without religion. So science here tells us how to do something, but Islam gives us the guidance on how to do it, and even to the question of should we do it. So for that purpose, I give you an example. You know, this is a big technology that you can modify your genes. So it is good when it is, although there are discussions, if it is for the purpose of to cure diseases, okay, to avoid diseases, but to the extent of designing babies, now there comes ethical questions whether we should do that. Okay, so designer babies running into trouble now that they are teenagers. Now we begin to see these designer babies have become teenagers and what are the problems that is relating to it. So always in Islam, we ask the question, are we staying true to science? Are we staying true to knowledge? Science is as in knowledge. If we do something as a decision in terms of science, is it fair? Does it harm others? Does it benefit society? So these are the things which Islam already has in its, for example, if you talk about usul of fiqh, there are many tools in usul of fiqh to decide whether something is justified, legal or not. Okay, and we also know in Islam why Muslim scholars were very instrumental in the past, because we to increase knowledge, the dua, we also have the dua, wa qur rabbi zidni ilma. It is always in our prayers that Allah give us knowledge. So it is second to nature for Muslims to increase knowledge is something that is already in the teachings of Islam. That is why we saw how Muslim scholars in the past have been introducing a lot of cutting edge technology, okay, that is still being used until today. So the issues of modern science, you can see here, yeah, if you do not have uh, Islamic worldview, people, the modern science, they fall into the belief of the evolutionary theory of the Darwinian evolution. So that is something illogical for us. We know that uh, we are the descendants of Adam, and Adam came from paradise, and we know the creation of Adam, which was explained in Surah Al-Baqarah, and we understand that very well as a Muslim. So we don't have a problem in understanding where human come from. But for those who have for the secular understanding, this is the conclusion of their understanding of who humans are. Okay, so other problems are relating to genetic engineering, human cloning, secular bioethics. So these are the things which maybe you can discuss in your class, in your group a little bit later. So if you are following, put some thumbs up so that I can see that everyone is okay. All right. Everyone good?
Good.
Okay, yeah, very good. Yeah. Okay, so why future studies in Islamic science? Okay, what are our purpose right now? We want to understand the global challenges that we see today, and we want to reframe it with our understanding from our point of view, from the Tawheed perspective, from us as Khalifa, and from our point of view as holding knowledge as amana, and whether the conclusion of knowledge is for adala or for justice, and whether it serves the maslahah. So if you look again to the definition of science, this one is adopted by USIM, okay, but I think it's a good definition. At the last limb here, you see for the universal good. So you don't learn knowledge, or you do not promote knowledge that is not for universal good, for manfaah, right? So that is a very strong foundation of knowledge. Okay, so you want to ensure science and technology is for just, sustainable, and spiritually complied with. You want to shape the futures with maslahah. All right. So this is another question which I think I have also raised just now for modern science. What is the problem with modern science? You know, science is supposed to solve problems, but why do we still have problems that exist right now? You have better technology, but people are more lonely. You have a lot of technology for food production, but why are we having hunger and food waste? So we have also better medicine, but why is medicine is difficult to get? These are the things that we have to think about. Okay, all right. So another aspect which I think I would to highlight as well, another problem of science and religion, and because of there are problems of science and religion, then you saw in 1970s, 1980s especially, you saw Muslim scholars began to began to um, write about this, okay, in a global nature, because you know in the past we were colonized, and after countries got their independence by 1960s, then Muslims were began to think about what kind of education they want to give for Muslim countries, like for example Malaysia, and then there was this 1977 Islamic education conference in Makkah, in which it talked about talked about the foundation of Islamic education. So many things were discussed there. All right. And the problems of science is science alone cannot explain all aspects of reality. So that is why we have our fallback in Quran and Sunnah, which actually solves a lot of problems, because we know science alone, if you just answer whether science can do it, if science can just do it, you are not guided by whether we should do it or whether the other aspects of life, then you cannot solve a lot of problems of today. Okay, so when does science become a crisis? Science is okay. It is a way of gaining knowledge, a way of understanding nature, but it becomes a crisis if it is not guided. So here it becomes a crisis when it loses its moral compass. You don't have a compass to use knowledge, okay, or it becomes separated from values, whether it is measured only by profit, money gaining, money driven, power or prestige, or human things that they can control everything. I think I have a book here by Yuval Harari. He talks about how a human eventually would be in the future if they can design the weather, they can design if people in the past used to die early because of lots of disease, we overcome that, a lot of things relating to that. And one remaining question is, can we prevent death? Okay, so those are things which are being discussed by those who think science can be forever evolved and could reach that level. Technology develops faster than wisdom. This is a problem that we already see right now. We have a lot of social media, but wisdom did not follow. Okay, social media brings connection, but it also brings addiction. It brings fake news and anxiety. Science loses its purpose, and science forgets future generations. We are only thinking about what we can benefit now, but not to leave the world for the future generation. All right, so futures thinking is not something originated from the Western understanding, because we already have a lot of it by the traits of our Muslim scholars in the past. This is to mention a few, but one which is always being mentioned by Western studies is Ibn Khaldun, of whom in his book Al-Muqaddimah, he talked about how the rise and fall of the civilization. So he studied about civilization, power, and civilization normally begins from group feelings, development of a group, and then similar purpose, and then it grows, and then suddenly in the middle you have interventions, or people have with the habit of luxury, and then those who still in the cause would begin to isolate themselves, and then there's competition, and eventually there's going to be this integration, and then the new power coming in. So normally, as rise and fall of civilization works that way. Okay, so by Ibn Khaldun. There are other scholars which we see. This is a very important one, Al-Farabi, who is he's a second teacher, right, Dr. Azmi? The second teacher, right?
You're right.
The second
Yes.
teacher after
Aristotle.
Aristotle. Yeah, I think you also learned this in your class. How influential he is. Even our fellow Kohormat, Professor Emeritus Dr. Yusuf Osman mentioned. All right, now if the first one is Aristotle, the second one is Al-Farabi, who is the third one? Who do you think? So the answer is there's no third one. It's only one and two. So how influential these scholars are in bringing knowledge. So he has in some way, or I think for me it's very obvious. One of his work was about Al-Madinah Al-Fadila. This one I really like, because it has my name in it. Dr. Azmi, you know that, right? Is it Al-Madinah Al-Fadila or Al-Madinah Al-Fadila? I'm not sure.
Fadila.
Fadila, okay, all right. So the virtuous city. So we want a city. What kind of city do we want? That involves a lot of imagination. A city that is what? The ultimate goal is not wealth or power. That knowledge is guided by truth and wisdom. How do we have knowledge or science which is guided by truth and wisdom if it is not with the guidance of Islam? So has already envisioned that a city that is virtuous, Al-Fadila, is a city that is based on knowledge. So the people are based on knowledge. They are not based on whims and desire. So the knowledge here is guided by truth and wisdom, right? Leaders are morally upright, intellectually excellent, not mediocre, not just biasa-biasa. These are very, very excellent people. Citizens cooperate for common good. Every profession contributes to the well-being of society, and religion, philosophy, and practical knowledge complement one another. There's no fragmentation of knowledge. So perhaps everyone is a polymath. So those are the imaginations of a virtuous city of Al-Madinah Al-Fadila, the desired city by Al-Farabi. In his work also, he mentioned the opposite side of it. What is the worst case scenario? It is the ignorant city. I forgot the term. So also he explained what are the characteristics of an ignorant city. He also exercised some metaphor in which a desired city Al-Madinah Al-Fadila is like a human body where the limbs are all functioning, the heart, the brain. Okay, so that is a metaphor. So we cannot have one part of the human body which is not functioning. Another important concept which was introduced by Al-Farabi is the concept of sa'ada, true happiness. This one deserves a discussion by its own, and I think if any one of us from the lecturers would like to come up with just a review to help the rest to understand the content of these concepts, you are very much welcome to do so. Okay, all right. This is another example. Al-Juwayni, he in his works related, he's a scholar in usul fiqh, also called as the Imam Al-Haramain. He in understanding the changing realities, his approach was how to use the tools of ijtihad, maqasid, and maslahah in order to to respond correctly with Islamic principles to the changes. So he had his book, I think, and one important one is Waraqat, is it? Waraqat, Was it Awraq? Waraqat.
متن والورقات.
Yeah, Waraqat.
Yeah, متن الورقات.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And Ghiyath al-Umam, he explored how Muslim societies should respond to extraordinary situations. There are many others, even Muslim scholars on medicine. Al-Ghazali, for example, also talked about the ethics and inner dimensions of the heart. And that is the desired future of how humans should be, physically and psychologically, okay, in facing change. We do not want a future in which we have all these technologies, but humans were or are zombies in the future. Okay, so this is another concept by Post-Normal Future Studies by Professor Ziauddin Sardar's members. Okay, defining today is the era of post-normal times. As things are not normal anymore. The things which were normal in the past is not there. We are changing towards another kind of normalcy, but we do not know yet how it will emerge. And so how to describe today's changes? Today's is complex, chaotic, and also contradicting. Okay, so complexity, chaos, and contradiction is the characteristics of today. Even now, if you look at the book released by Madani, the government, and if you listen to talks by our Prime Minister, he always mentioned this to let know to the people of Malaysia, this is an extraordinary time because changes are happening a lot at one time in one go, and we are catching up. Okay, and therefore our skills today cannot be the same skills as we had in the past. So we have to have the ability to learn, sometimes to unlearn and to relearn. Okay, so that is the quality of people that we want today. So as I've mentioned just now, we want to have this ability to mengandai, predict in the sense of based on what the data that we have or the observation that we have today, maybe if we follow this direction, it would lead to that direction. Okay. And that's ethics in Islam. When you talk about future in Surah Al-Kahfi or always read on Fridays, it says, you say, yeah, you say inshallah, right? Because that everything is will be sealed. The future is sealed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But we still have this ability to see, to anticipate, and to see the scenarios of the future. All right, so this skill is important because it gives you an extra lens. You have another eye. When you see things around you, you cannot undo your sight. So be careful. You're going to, you're gonna experience this after this, inshallah. All right, so another thing that is important in futures thinking is to recognize that there are changes that is happening in the world today. When people say there are changes, what is it that they mean? Right. So these are the few points which are released by auditing world auditors. Normally, they release this for the business to see and understand. So this one is from the PwC. Okay. Mega trends. Number one is digital disruption. Okay, digital disruption. Everything's digital right now. You cannot survive the world without your handphone. I was thinking about people who are going to Makkah, who went to Makkah in this time. Even to go to Makkah, you have to have a handphone in which has all its apps inside it. So you cannot already live outside the system. You should be inside the system. Okay, and another thing is climate crisis. It is the character of today. Even in university subjects, universities are encouraged to incorporate the awareness of climate crisis. Okay, demographic shift. We already seen this in the past in 1980s. Even if you look further back, 1914, before World War I, actually people were also migrating, but that was by way of kapal laut. But now because of flight and everyone can fly, so you see this even more. So you might have a citizenship in Malaysia, but you work in Thailand and you have a house in Indonesia, for example. So that is the world today. And then what else? Demographic shift. Apart from that, you will see aging population. The character, what are the criteria of the people in the place? You don't see a lot of homogeneous societies right now. People are mixed, okay? All right, economic shifts. Yes, people might say capitalism Are we abandoning it? I don't know. I don't know. All right. Economic shift, we may talk about it in terms of power. In the past, it was US as the world hegemony, unipolar system. But now we are approaching towards a multipolar world in which other powers are also emerging, okay, like BRICS, like yeah, other countries or China itself. So United States, for example, have to recognize this, or the West even, to understand and to recognize that the world is shifting in terms of economic power. Labor shortages, yes, because of the older community, aging workforce, civic and equality movements. This is, I don't know whether you notice this or not, you will find that big decisions are being influenced by civil society. So that is why you see movements here, NGOs, IGOs, they are taking a lot of role in influencing policy, or even, yeah, influenced by social media. They become leaders of their own, and this is something that governments, for example, today have to face. And governing a country is not the same as before, where the government used to say, I just tell the citizens what to do and they follow. But today, citizens will ask, why do you not do this or that? So it is influenced by civic movement and equality movements. Equality movements is also another problem. You talk about human rights. Is it excessive today? Should we go back to a more public driven society rather than individual driven society? So those are things which have to be discussed about. So if you talk about mega trends, we used to use this STEEP or pastel. STEEP stands for these areas: social area, technological, environmental, economic, and political. The problem of today is every single disruption, these are also called disruptions, digital climate crisis, all these disruptions, it affects steep, it affects everything. Not only digital disruption affects technology, it also affects economy, affects environment. So you can name it and you can explore why is it called mega trends. It is because they are so mega. It's affecting everything at the same time. Okay. All right. Everyone is good. Thumbs up, please. Yeah. That tells me you're my anchor right now. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I couldn't see everyone. All right. Perubahan menjadi norma. Change is the norm. Yeah, in the past, change is something, it's news. It's news. Oh, ada perubahan lah, ada perubahan lah. But now change is a norm. It's normal. It's not news anymore. Okay. So yeah, urbanization is also another thing. You can already see right now, it's hard to find villages anymore. Village. Every village has now become a town and become, later on you have KFCs. I always mention this because it was very obvious. KFCs everywhere. I don't know about now after after certain issues, but yeah, McDonald's everywhere was McDonald's. Even if you are in Malaysia, you will find the same malls. You have Aeon here, you have Aeon there. Everything is. If you read Professor Ziauddin Sardar's book, I think he wrote about Kuala Lumpur. He talked about how things are becoming very similar. If you go to Thailand, if you go to other countries, you find the same things. That's a sign of globalization. But is that what we want? Okay, so where are our identity for us to shape future urban planning? If you are in architecture or engineering, I think I've heard about this, I think somewhere in UIA. Also, they were talking about urban planning actually. And I think a scholar from UK, she was talking about Islam has its contribution in urban planning and how the house is designed. It should be designed near the masjid, okay? And how are houses designed today? Has it affected our social life? Okay, it's very, very interesting. You see, here, era pasca normal ialah ketika pegangan lama sedang runtuh. Okay, the old or the old paradox is runtuh, demolished, and the new norms is not there yet. Okay, so if you look at writings, you will find talking about the same language about today's era pasca normal, the post-normal times. People talk about epistemic shift, disrupted futures, the end of certainty. Now it's not certain. Why do people keep saying that it is not certain now? Because certainty has ended. Okay, the present is no longer stable. Okay, all right. This one I put one example, the death of truth. Interesting, isn't it? So, what do we want the future to be in terms of truth? Can we have trust now? How much is left? Okay, and international law. This was around the issue of Palestine. Okay, we thought that international law could solve a lot of problem, especially the genocide and the settlements of Israel, for example. But we could not have that confidence because of how the world is treating, understanding, and also applying international law. Okay, now in future studies, okay, there are dimensions. Sometimes you have 1 to 5 years, but if you really want to change, it has to be more than that 10 to 30 years. That's why when you do future studies, the length of time is longer, and it can also be longer than that. Civilizational approach is like 100 years and plus, but normally people do what is effective is generational change. So if you want to change the generation of the future, it's good you can start off with your generation, okay, to see how can you change your generation, and that would influence the future. So this is also another example that we can see. If you look at your sejarah books, you have learned about Industrial Revolution. In the past, how spinning jenny, for example, was introduced, and how it encouraged the manufacture of cloth, and how did that affect imperialism, the colonialism by the West in our part of the world. Okay, with Industrial Revolution 2, with the steam engine, and then machines, and then electric powered, and now towards digital robots and also digitalization. Okay, masa depan tidak boleh diramal, namun masa depan boleh diandai melalui trend. Okay, kita ada 4 senario masa depan yang kita kehendaki, masa depan yang disesuaikan, ya, okay, dan masa depan yang kita tidak kehendaki, dan masa depan yang di luar jangkaan yang mungkin kita akan buat nanti exercise nanti. Alright, so with futures thinking, we want you to see change as a norm, and change is speeding up. We want to see that everything is interrelated, and we want you to understand that there is a possibility of an alternative future. So what we have right now is not going to be like that forever. You can influence the change. Okay, for the next exercise, I would like to invite Dr. Fadlina. Yeah, carry on. Where is it? The screen.
Dr. I cannot find the shared history
Okay,
under
yeah.
Isfar 3.0, but I can find it under Isfar 2.0 previously.
Is it this one?
Yeah, that is the one that the students have actually filled in
Okay.
in the previous Isfar, but
do you want an empty one?
yeah, the empty one I think is on top.
Okay, so if you want an empty one, then I will show you this one. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, right.
Right, good.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Is
But
it
if
blocked? Is it blocked by something?
no, it's not blocked by something, but I was wondering if we could show the shared timeline in which there are like
three, you want to have the three?
no, not three, sorry. In which we have actually identified certain periods of time.
Okay, I
That's
wait a
under
minute.
Isfar 2.0,
Okay,
where
you want
we thought we went way back in the 800 Common Era, the Prophetic Age, and then the Umayyad Caliphate.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
This
I
one
would like to.
is okay. This one is for 2.0. So you please
Right, right.
remind me if I just stick on this board. Okay, so where is it?
It's on top actually. It's
Okay.
under the banner of ISFA 2.0. So we have task 1.
Yeah,
That
this one,
that
yeah.
one, because I would like to show some continuity and show them disruptions that happen for
Okay.
them to be able to recognize and identify. And then when they do their own exercises in their own groups, they will be able to, identify.
Build up from here.
Build up from there, yeah. Okay, all
Okay.
right. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Del. So let's just keep it there. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I hope all of you are still with me. It's
Yeah,
been
thumbs up, please.
Yeah, very interesting to hear Dr. Dell's explanation. And she always does a wonderful job of introducing what future studies is, and all the examples that she gives is very relevant and relatable. So, of course, this purpose of this workshop is not just to give you a lecture for you to just listen. It gets more interesting and more exciting, and it's more invigorating when we do the exercises ourselves. So I've been asked to start with the first task, which is shared history and shared timeline. And I believe that we are slightly behind schedule. So I'm going to...
Sorry about that, dear.
Oh, no worries, because it's important to actually give them the foundational perspective on futures. So no need to apologize, Dr. Fadila. So I'm going to try and keep it concise so that you'll be able to explore and also do the exercises yourselves. Okay, dear students? Okay, so let me just explain what a shared timeline is, as you can see from the what Dr. Del has shared on the screen. So a shared timeline is actually a collective map of what happened in the past, what is now happening in the present, and also the possible future. So in a shared history or shared timeline, we place important events on a straight line, not simply to memorize the dates on which these things happen, but to also see the patterns. What continued over time? What changed slowly? And what disrupted society suddenly? Okay. Now, this method helps us to do 3 things. Number 1 is to see how things have changed, what has stayed over the years, from the past decade going into the present decade, for example, and what has actually shifted, what happened before, which is no longer present today. Number 2, it helps us spot patterns, moments of continuity and disruption. So we can see what are those events that have continued over the years, perhaps taking different shapes, perhaps taking different approaches, but still the same substance. So what has been there since before, continued now into the present, and will probably continue into the future? And what are those events or changes that have been disrupted, in which something happened and they are no longer what they are now, okay? So it's now all in the past and it's been disrupted, so we can't see it anymore happening in the present, okay? And thirdly, a shared timeline or shared history gives us a shared foundation for thinking about what might come next. So historians look at history backwards, and they see how a history has evolved and what happened in the past. But those learning futures or futurists, you are all possible futurists, inshallah, not only look at history as it has happened, what has occurred, but also look at history to see the possible changes and the possible occurrences that will happen in the future. Okay, so we look both ways, backwards and also forwards. All right, so it's not just a history exercise. It helps us to imagine, broaden our minds to see what could happen next and what kind of a future could we create together. Okay, so basically that's what a shared history is and how it helps us to learn more about what kind of future we can create together. Okay, now if we look at the timeline here, there are certain instances in periods of history that have been noted down. Okay, so we can see that after the Khulafa Rashidin, there was the Umayyad Caliphate, which lasted for 89 years. And that was the expansion of Muslim rule from Spain to Central Asia. So we saw a growth of administration, infrastructure, and urban centers. And this was followed by the longer era of the Abbasid Caliphate for 508 years, in which Baghdad became a major center of scholarship, science, philosophy, medicine, and mathematics. Okay, and then the golden age also was during this time. We had Islamic scholars taking center stage. We had Al-Khawarizmi, who came up with the concept of algebra. Not only the concept, but the whole, mashallah, the whole knowledge corpus of algebra. And then we had Ibn al-Haytham, who invented optics. Okay, and after that, it was Al-Ghazali was born. And of course, Islamic tradition, the Sunni Islamic tradition, was very much developed into an institution at this time. And after that, Salahuddin al-Ayyubi was born. Okay, so those, if we can see the Muslim empire, that is the continuity of the development of knowledge in the Islamic world and how Islam expanded across regions, okay, across the world globally. But during that time period also, we can see one major disruption that happened, and that was, for example, the Crusades in 1099. Between 1096 to 1099 of the Common Era, that was the major discontinuity, the capture of Jerusalem, okay? And after that, there was a major reversal of that discontinuity, okay, in the Muslim world, where Salahuddin al-Ayyubi defeated the Crusader army and they surrendered Jerusalem to him. And another disruption that you can see in that timeline is also the Mongol invasion of Baghdad, which happened in 1258 Common Era. That was a major disruption because they burned the Great Library. Okay, so it affected one of the greatest centers of Islamic civilization and knowledge. Okay, another disruption that is kind of more recent happened in the 18th to the 20th centuries, and that was colonialism. So it's also a major period of disruption. Muslim societies found themselves having to respond to colonial rule, having to adapt systems according to Western imperialism, and Islamic law, that was the law of the land in many, many jurisdictions and countries of the world, took a backseat, was treated substandardly, okay, by the colonial powers, and modern law took precedence over those lands, okay? I would like to actually hear some responses from the students so that I know that I'm not talking just telling you what to do, but I would also like you to respond. Another major disruption is something that happened during your time, okay, your generation, and that was in 2020. Can anyone identify what that major disruption did, which changed the way we live our lives and changed the world, the whole world, in fact? Ada tak sesiapa yang boleh jawab?
The COVID-19 pandemic.
Correct. Thank you very much for answering. I didn't get your name, sorry. Yes, it was the COVID-19 pandemic. So that's another major disruption of this century, which basically made the world borderless. The world came to a standstill, but at the same time, the world became borderless, and it changed every single aspect of our lives, from how we live our daily lives, how we shop, how we obtain food, how we communicate, how we learn, how we work, okay? And that major disruption actually accelerated very much the fifth industrial revolution, which is now what we are in, because now we are in the era of artificial intelligence. So good. So I hope with that explanation of the timeline, you can see what is known as continuity. Okay, for example, how knowledge is disseminated is continuing, although using different methods, different approaches, different devices, and has gone really global. Okay, you can discuss and talk and get information from a person who is on the other side of the world, okay, by not meeting that person, by just communicating with him or her. And also, Where was I? I lost my train of thought. What I was talking about?
The
Doctor?
continuity,
Continuity,
and yeah,
right, sorry. And also things that have disrupted and which have resulted into what was prevalent before is no longer prevalent now. Okay. So the disruptions in history, we can see World War was also a disruption. And disruptions not only bring about, they bring about different effects. So when we talk about futures, we don't treat disruptions as a negative consequence. We recognize disruptions and continuity as the reality and also tools that can help us see what the future holds for us and how do we face those disruptions and continuity based on what happened in the past. Okay, so disruptions are not in negative context. They can also bring it has positive and negative effects. For instance, World War, of course, the negative effects of war at any decade, any war, is devastating. But of course, after World War II, we established for the first time the United Nations. It's a bit subjective right now about how effective the United Nations are. Again, something that might be disruptive now, an event that can be disruptive is the war in the Middle East, the position of the Arab countries. And of course, our brothers and sisters in Palestine, okay, that's also a disruption that, as we see now, is very much damaging, and we are feeling the adverse effects of it. But as we can see from history, that kind of a disruption will always also have an effect that might change the world, and it might change the world towards a better future or possible other futures. And we will learn about that there is not just one future, but there are alternate futures that we can prepare for, okay? And that we can actually foresee and prepare for. Foresee is a better word than predict. Okay. So having said that, I believe you are divided into groups. There are breakout rooms and about 25 students in each room. So what we would like you to do is to go to your first task and then map those historical moments in history. Can you help me, Dr. Fadla, to scroll to the
to the
empty history?
to the filled up one. What is it?
The one that they need to fill up, the empty
we need to fill the empty ones.
so
Okay,
back to Isfar 3.0.
Yeah. Oh, 2.0. Yeah, I forgot.
3.0.
3.0.
Yang Dr. Fadla tunjuk tadi tu,
Yeah.
3.0.
In the meantime, do our lecturers have any input
Yes,
to chip in?
yes.
Yeah.
Please. Most welcome.
Does mean apa?
These are lecturers who are very much, they have the expertise
Committed,
in Islamic science, kan? So please do add on to whatever we are explaining. Yang tu, boleh tak besarkan? So we can see task 1, that's an empty shared history. Right. Let me see mine as well sebab tak berapa jelas at my screen.
Okay, you want to see it?
Let me
These are
travel.
tagged by years.
Okay, all right. So it's actually the same periods of time like the one that was filled in just now. Okay.
Tasmi wanted to say something, I see.
Dr. Tasmi, silakan.
Oh, gonna pitch in some things. Okay, so of course, just like Dr. Fadlina has said, the continuity of the knowledge from the scholars brought up new revolutionized technologies. Pretty much, it's not a disruption, but actually a revolution of how we see knowledge and logic of philosophy. Just like we have mentioned about Al-Farabi, he was the second teacher, meaning that he successfully translated Aristotle's logic. So because of him, we knew how philosophy and logic works. And this was translated and also emphasized and telah expanded by afterwards scholars by Al-Farabi's writings. And that's how we have scientific inquiry and of course the philosophy of logic. So yeah, the second teacher was very, very influential in all the, the nakli and akli that we are trying to strive forward to. And because of him, we wouldn't have the scientific inquiry or academia without Al-Farabi's translation of
So,
Aristotle.
where is Al-Farabi in this timeline?
I think it was 900.
Okay,
Was
around that
It was
time.
in
around that.
1000.
Yes, the Abbasids around that.
It was
Okay.
during the Abbas, the golden age, right?
Okay, so how are we going to go to the groups? Shakila, I think she's the master of the technology for today.
You
Okay,
push them in their breakout rooms, right?
yeah.
You force push them.
Because according to Puan Shakila, she said if students are not going by themselves, she can push them into the groups.
Right.
What approach are we taking right now, Dr. Azmi? Do you
Yes,
know?
I think we can start with the breakout rooms.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
All right, come
To
on.
be, more focused group discussions.
Right.
Okay, so about 10 minutes. Yeah, I think this one can be done very quickly.
Yes.
Just put in whatever information. All right, so please welcome. Go to your groups now. Me and Dr. Farina will be around here in the main room, and perhaps we'll go to your specific rooms and
We'll
bring you out
come and
where
visit.
we want to discuss. Yeah. Okay, please.
Okay. Enjoy the process, everyone.
Yeah. Okay, because we also have students outside this group, so for the benefit of everyone, we will invite perhaps one group to discuss with us, right? Or in the meantime, perhaps we can give some reflection while the groups are in discussing.
Okay, I will join my breakout room first.
Okay. Okay, bye. Assalamualaikum. Okay. Oh, because I think I'm not the administrator, so I couldn't see the process of students going in. I can't hear you.
You can't see them entering the breakout rooms, Dr.
Yeah, I think
Fatila?
so. Can you?
But if you click on the breakout rooms,
Wait a minute. Where are they? Oh yeah,
you
there
have
are
rooms. Boleh?
99.
They
Yes,
allow
we
you to
can.
join. Room 1
Oh
is
yeah.
Dr. Azmi, room 2 Prof. Norita. Tapi
Okay.
Prof. Norita, nobody is with her right now. Macam Dr. Azmi, Dr. Akmaluddin, they have students already. Dr. Juliana, ramai. Tapi Prof. Norita tak ada orang masuk lagi dia punya breakout room. A lot of students have not joined the breakout rooms actually.
Okay.
So maybe we can like force them.
Oh yeah, that's one way.
Shakila boleh.
Shakila, come on, use your power.
You assign je seseorang ni ke breakout room dia.
I think one way that could help, if the students can put in front of their names, the room, I mean
room
the group,
number.
room number.
Okay.
Okay. So in the meantime, is my screen still on? Yes, it is. Okay.
We're giving them 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So from the Miro board, we can already see students joining their groups.
Correct.
From Dr. Juliana's class. Figuring out. I have this one. Wait, let me show you. This one was the one I did to show how disruptions or changes they did not really have a specific timeline. Some they had very vague time when they began, when they end. Like secularism, it began somewhere around certain time and it's still there, basically. And these disruptions are uh, interconnected.
Some are very subtle that you don't know where they came from and when they started. But
Betul?
it's present and the influence grows kan? Betul, like secularism sebenarnya.
So for this one, which I shared earlier with another group, we highlighted on how were the youth during that time. So during the prophetic time, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the youth of whom we often listen to, story of Mus'ab or story of Usama, they were very brave, and they held the role as da'i because Islam was a new religion, and then followed by all the types of youth during the time frame later afterwards.
In the tarbiyah at that point of time to give them such unwavering faith at an age where you are very easily influenced by your circumstances, to hold true and to hold steadfast kan, during that time, to be able to lead an army at 16 and 18 years old. Subhanallah. Yeah.
The responsibilities were very early during that time.
Enormous.
Children became adult very quickly because they had a lot of responsibility. Now the responsibility of da'wah and how the important work was entrusted. Yeah.
I think we can see it recurring now because we have such young da'is and such young religious influences. I don't know whether it's safe to talk about them that way, but the challenge that we have is to ensure authenticity and ensure that everything is there's veracity, authenticity, there's adab in the delivery of knowledge, kan?
Yeah.
We have youth stepping up right now. A lot of youth have stepped up because they are the ones who are very much more familiar with the technology used to disseminate information with AI, with social media. But the challenge is to ensure that there's the tools or measures that we have to take to ensure that they are giving the right influence and they're giving the right knowledge and the right advice.
And the courses, dia punya apa tu motivasi peranan youth tu berbeza mengikut zaman. Like at that time it was about dakwah kan. Today perhaps about benda-benda berkaitan dengan social media, berkaitan dengan apa yang kita perlukan pada hari ini lah. So kalau yang
Cabaran
lepas
untuk hari
ni,
ni lah.
cabaran untuk hari ini. Like in a time where Islamic scholarship was vast during the Baghdad time, we saw Muslim youth at that time were learning knowledge. Imam Shafi'i, they were in the quest of knowledge. So Islamic science at the peak, it developed the kind of youth who were knowledge seekers. And then after that, during the colonization time, the youth during that time, they were more of a nationalist fighter, okay, of kemerdekaan. Then after that, when post 1970s, this one when I put like Ahmad Didat, it was not youth lah, but basically the inspiration of that time, Cat Stevens by way of music. That was how to to like reintroduce Islam after a long moment of
and they have interfaith discourses.
yeah, you're right. Yeah.
The courage to actually talk about Islam, debate upon principles of faith. That was an era. Ahmad Didat, inshallah. Dr. Fatila, I noticed that there's a problem with Prof. Norita that no students are assigned to her room.
Okay.
Trying to figure it out, but they can't find a name list for Prof. Norita.
So Prof. Norita can communicate with her students, right? I think she's there. Okay, do you think we want to go to, let's see their discussion?
Yeah.
Maybe we can look at
list.
one or two, yeah, and then, okay, let me see.
Okay. All right, let's.
Where is it?
So I'll join.
Oh, it
Ustazah.
is difficult for us to bring them out for us to discuss here.
It's
One of
difficult,
them.
but
Yeah.
actually boleh force diorang semua balik. Admin boleh buat macam tu.
Yeah, but it's gonna disrupt their discussion. Sure.
Tak apa, we go into their rooms lah. Let me just join
Okay,
Dr.
yeah.
Daniel's room.
Go on.
Okay.
Okay. This one is developing. Okay, for students out there, you are given your own board. You have your own board, so you may want to do it in your groups. Mm.
I just came out of Dr. Juliana's room.
Okay.
It's very interesting. And the students have started posting important historical events, mostly disruptions. Mhm.
Now I realize some of the groups they have that notes of the ones that you already filled in a bit, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's okay either way. Kita lost the golden age. See how what they're doing.
Was
This one, number system we use today originated from this development, from Al-Khwarizmi's algebra.
500 years Abbasid Caliphate, but the Ottoman Caliphate was longer lah, 640 plus years. Tapi the golden age has always been the Abbasid period lah. Abbasid Caliphate.
Ottoman Empire produced architectural achievement that inspired design today.
Which group is that?
This one belongs
watching?
to, let me see. Dr. Ahmad's.
Oh, okay. I tak nampak pula dekat mine. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. You can call them on to actually present sikit.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Ahmad's. We will call
Dia
Dr.
tengah
Ahmad's group
scroll
out.
tu. Dia nak tarik diorang masuk balik ke?
For all, everyone? Okay. Okay, before we do that,
You can call them back already.
so let's
You can go to the next method.
okay, so the next one after this is going to be done that one. Oh, features triangle. Okay. So we wait for the students to come in. Okay, is everyone in yet? It seems like everyone is in here. Okay. So maybe Dr. Ahmad, can you share what is in the group, or perhaps somebody in the group that you would like to him to share or her to share?
Sorry, Dr. Del. Again.
Yeah, and maybe you can share what happened in your group, and if you have anyone from your group you think that she or he can share, or even you have yourself. It's up to you. Dr. Felina, we can't hear you.
Yeah, please, Dr. Akmaluddin, have one student share certain moments in history that they have actually mapped on the timeline. It'd be very good to hear their reflection.
So I invite Irshad or Nurin to present. We didn't assign actually, but we
Okay.
made some reflection.
Yeah, whatever that you already have.
Yes.
All right. So maybe someone could focus on our
Yeah, it is already there.
part.
Yeah.
So look on the notes. the notes itself, we can see that previously on the first part is when the Quran came and the Rasulullah SAW came with the first wahyu. We knew Islam as a way of life. We learned the history through the lens of Islam, meaning the way of life of the historical figures and also the what is the purpose of life. And the second is that we on side of the 800 to 1000 years, we see that we use the numbers today originated from this development, and the modern medicine benefits from here, meaning that historical our Muslim scholars paved the way, the foundation of modern medicine, including I think what our students say that maybe around we lay the foundation from the surgical, the knowledge, and also the part of, maybe for me interesting is that we also have the balance between not only for physical medicine, but also on uh, the the mental health also, and the spiritual side. So we move on onto the Mongol side.
Yeah.
We see that we lost many things when Mongol invade Muslim territory. We lost Baitul Hikmah, we lost Andalus, we lost the golden ages that actually should spread throughout and should maintain until throughout the history. So we just not lost we just not lost the buildings, but we also lost the historical values, the scholars that we can refer to. Maybe I invite also Nurin to Ishad to continue on the next notes.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So for the World War I and II, this lead to the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, recruit national borders, and create political instability that still affect many regions today, as we know. It also affect for Malaysian political today. For the next 2020, it is improve new technology in healthcare, communication, and our daily life. For the recent year, it increased investment in education, research, and technology, encouraging innovation and the revival of scientific contributors in the world, Muslim world. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Datina.
So we can see the continuity, especially macam Dr. Asmi pun cakap tadi kan, in terms of knowledge. And although we lost the golden age, but the revival of Muslim scholarship and Muslim expertise in areas of science have actually now been now major discussions in universities, in Western universities as well. There's a recognition that it did not start from, for example, laws did not start with Roman laws. Saya cakap pasal undang-undang sebab saya pun cakap undang-undang. But when we talk about medicine, when we talk about mathematics, and even the algorithm that we have now for AI, there's a recognition that this started not during the Western Enlightenment period or the Renaissance period, but way before by Islamic scholars. So we're starting to see the recognition by contemporary contemporary experts of the contribution of Islam towards what is now what they call as the modern scientific knowledge. So there's a continuity there. And I can see that you've also noted disruptions, kan? So semua ni membantu when we look at history in that manner. When we look at this timeline, we can actually foresee things that are happening now and how they will probably turn out to be in the future. Is this going to continue? Or are we going to, do we have to prepare for something that's going to happen in the future that might really disrupt again the way that we live our lives. So this is the first part. When we go into the other methodology, you'll be able to see how we can shape that future clearer. Sekarang ni, it's an exercise to look backwards and to look forward. And now nanti kita akan nampak how can, our knowledge of seeing the shared timeline then be translated via other methods that can help us actually see the possible alternate futures, okay, and decide how that would impact and what we can do to prepare for them, okay? So I guess I will leave it to Dr. Fadila to discuss the second method.
Okay,
Good
alright.
job,
So,
everyone. Very
but
interesting.
perhaps before we go, just for cepat saja, kita minta Dr. Juliana tengok satu group.
Okay,
Ya,
okay.
nampak macam banyak je.
Alright, okay. One more group, yeah.
Please, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So this is from our faculty, FPQS. So, alamak, can you
nampak
please
tak?
zoom in? It's not really clear. So the students, alhamdulillah, have shared some insights over here. You could see here Al-Farabi, and then they also put the book Al-Madinah Al-Fadilah here, right? Just being mentioned before on the name Fadilah itself. So yeah, it's very insightful. And then when I was explaining about Madinah Al-Fadilah, when, on the previous lecture, I also informed them about the Gagasan Malaysia Madani currently that we have is also taken from the idea of Al-Farabi. And then one of the contributors, you could say Prof. Osman Bakar, Syed Naqib Alatas also contribute and mention about the term Madani in their books lah. Okay, and we also have here Ibn Al-Haytham, so another Muslim scholar in the Golden Age that explained about optics and whatnot. So last lecture we had this e-book presentation, right, from the students. So alhamdulillah, we got to know about Ibn Al-Haytham deeper from the sharing of the students.
Yeah.
And apart from that, you could see Israeli occupation of the West Bank here, and the apartheid. So I kind of like when the students also try to look from 800 onwards, right? The first crew living on International Space Station. Perhaps it's not particularly on Islam history, but we know that these kind of things somehow connected to the Islamic science history overall. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So thank you very much. Things are
Thank
going on.
you.
At least this is as I said, just to exercise the mind lah, kan?
Yeah.
Okay, so kita pergi kepada perkara selanjutnya. Terima kasih kumpulan-kumpulan yang telah prepare. So now let's go to the next one. Thank you, Dr. Ina, as well. Used future. There are two ways how to see it. This is an understanding in Islam in futures. We have this term called used future. Used future is something that we do not want. So if you want to talk about future, if your idea is something that is borrowed from some other places or some other civilizations in which you just adopt it and you think that would be my future, then even though if that future is not suitable for you, then that is called as used futures. You cannot have a future which you borrow from someone else. You have to build yourself what kind of future you want, unless if you think that that future is something that is suitable for you, but you still have to do it by your own will. Okay, not what is unconsciously borrowed from someone else, not just for the sake of imitation, empty futures. Okay, so another one, the use of used future is the things that you are doing right now, which you do not want to carry to the future. If, for example, some institution is saying that it is doing a certain thing or a certain thing, you look at that practice. Is it something that will benefit the future of the institution or not? So you have to look at what you are doing right now, which is not productive, which is not contributing to the future that you want. Then you need to leave it, so that you call those things as use futures. Okay, some example, Dr. Fadlina, easy ones.
Unused futures, Dr. Fadila.
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. We as well, Malaysia is a developing country. We're considered still a third world country, medium lah. Dia ada bukan third world sangat dah. Okay. The use futures of other more modern countries, the first world countries, for example, the ones in the West, Europe and United States of America. The fact that they are very advanced in building high-rise buildings and all those infrastructure that are very modern, has to a certain extent pushed us to also emulate and also kira macam berlumba juga untuk memastikan infrastruktur kita ada bangunan pencakar langit. And we are using a lot of our land purposes for that kind of development. So we're kind of like adopting the used futures of the West, because now, because of what they did, they are now suffering the fact that they have not that they have actually eroded nature, and they're struggling to find a way back. Climate change, and also to preserve the ecosystem because of how the progression in trying to use land for building for buildings and infrastructure to has happened. And now they're trying to backtrack what they did and trying to desperately hold on to whatever natural reserves that they still have. So Malaysia, in also following that route in modernization, in changing the landscape of Malaysia by building bangunan-bangunan begitu, that is a used future that we can do without anymore. Okay, whatever the Western world is doing in terms of modernization, we do not need to emulate, and we don't need to apply it. We can build our own futures and not need to rely on used futures of Western countries, for example. Okay. Before
for
we end up
example,
like them.
For example, day-to-day things like we being bureaucratic. So do we want to bring that as a value for the future? Okay. Or us, we are ingrained in certain culture, which we know is not right, not Islamic as well, but we still do it because it's culture. So to change, you need to identify what are the things which are not useful for the future and whether we can do certain changes. So this is one thing that I put here. Normally when a leader asks who wants to change, everyone wants to change, but who really actually wants to change? Nobody actually wants to change because, it's not easy to change because our mind are normally wired to the past. It's so wired to the past that we cannot see what is needed for the future. Alright, sebab itulah bila kita tengok ada pemimpin, setengah pemimpin ni, kalau yang berani berubah tu, biasanya dia fleksibel, dia tidak perlu berada di takut yang lama, dia tidak takut untuk berubah, tidak takut untuk berbeza. So it needs another capacity of the brain. Okay, so these are among the examples that we did for use futures in Malaysian politics. In the past, perhaps, we underestimate the power of the people. We can just...
Fadila, is that okay if I wanted to add just
Go
one small point? When we talk about youth futures, I notice sometimes some international school and some schools, they have this exhibition talking about the future, right? And what the biggest element that is being discussed is normally connected to robotic kind of era. So even though, it's like when we imagine the future, it has to be connected to robot, it kind of sad to see that the idea of the people normally will connect whatever happens in the future, it has to be connected to robotic and whatnot. And sometimes when they they have this kind of discussion among the kids and whatnot. If we try to impart that, then we will be somehow free from value, I would say. So I think when you make any kind of exhibition in international school or whatever, and when the team is talking about the future, you have to highlight more on the value instead of only the robotic, only the AI and whatnot. So I just want to put it out there as some addition to the what you explained before.
Thank you, Dr. Juliana. This is also called as colonized futures.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay, we let other people shape our future. Dr. Azmi, you want to say something? And anyone here? Dr. Ahmad? Oh, Dr. Fitri? Fitri? Come on.
It's very interesting because
Yeah.
when we talk about the future, it's always materialistic and robotic and
Betul.
the scientific values, science that has no traditional values lah. So it's a pretty big thing that we need to change in the mindsets of the communities and also academicians. I think it's a very big work that we still need to do.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So the use features of Muslims, this is very difficult to say actually. We do not like to say bad things about us, but we have to acknowledge sometimes that our scholars are having old centuries attitude, perhaps in some cases. Our Islamic institutions are always being said to be detached, isolated, boring, slow, late. So that is why we see, but right now I see a lot of improvement because we know things are being said. Okay, but these are the things that have been tagged to Islamic institutions. Culture, eat religions in Muslim families. We know something is cultural based, like orang lelaki dengan perempuan relationship in the marriage. Kadang ada benda berkaitan dengan culture, dan kita lupa what Islam actually say about this. Islamic school teaches information about Islam, not Islamic values. Muslim leaders with questionable leadership. Okay, anything to reflect here? Okay, all right. So untuk segitiga masa depan, this is another exercise. We have this future triangle, we call it. In order to change, we need to have a vision, and to do visioning is to be able to imagine what is your preferred future. So this is something that pulls us to the front. Okay, but at the same time, we know that there are certain thinking in our mind or certain system or certain factors that pull you to the back. It's a weight. It's a weight. So this can be, for example, capacity, our capacity or conflict or whatever, and that would make you feel very difficult to achieve your target. At the same time, we have to also acknowledge that there are pushing factors, there are positive factors that is encouraging you towards the preferred future. So this is basically the futures triangle, and we have done a few exercises for this. For example, the university, what kind of university that we want. So some of the members in the group, we did for among the university lecturers, we want a university that is based on Wakaf. But it is also, at that time it was Wiki, now it could be probably ChatGPT or whatever. But at that time it was Wiki Wakaf University. That means a university that is in technology and knows a lot, which has global learning, and then professors as life coaches. But the weights of the past, we were talking about regulations, we're talking about perception and culture. But the push of the present, we see that the technology is there. Our Malaysian students are also technology savvy, and there are demands from the industry. Another one is about professors. What kind of professor we want? We want a professor, an educator with heart, students with pursuing, which with the pursuit of acquiring knowledge attitude, not given punya approach, tapi sentiasa nak mencari ilmu, seekers of knowledge. But the weight is we have all narratives, exam, regulation, but the push of the present is that we have a lot of potentials. Okay, so this is an illustration when you talk about futures. Like you mentioned just now, Dr. Juliana, kalau robotic, that should not be our sole future. When you talk about future, keluar je gambar robotik, lepas tu gambar jeans, gambar apa, benda-benda yang berkaitan teknologi tu kan. Tapi kita nak juga, for example, in this context is leadership. We want community, ada leadership in community. We want in world leadership, we also role in there. And then economic leadership, this is about the future of leaders, which we did for UIAM together with the group, with the current Minister of Religious Affairs. So we talked about what kind of leadership that we want. And leadership is not only one type of leadership, there are many areas of leadership. Okay, professional leadership, creative art leadership. We imagine if we in creative art, the movies that come out, they have this leadership that is towards Islamic values, okay, values. So you would find a very different trajectory of creative art in the future. NGO leadership, youth leadership, religious leadership, intellectual leadership, and media leadership. So this one was prepared for Futures Triangle. So with that, we're going to go to the next activity, go to the group and try to do a Futures Triangle. Think about a matter in which you want to discuss on. If you want to talk about Islamic science, you can do so. What is the preferred future of it? What is the weight of the current? And what is the push of the current? So yes. Any questions so far? Anything you want to add on to this? Okay. Boleh, Dr. Farina? Okay, Dr. Juliana, okay? Dr. Azmi? Okay.
Sorry, doctor, can I just ask? So meaning that for each faculty, we have to pick one theme, is it? Like for example, if we pick the theme of Islamic University, and then we have to just put the vision, push of the present, weight of the past. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
All right, got it.
If you want to do something relating to the field, that is also okay.
Oh, okay.
If you're like from Quran Sunnah,
Think
can
of a vision that you want to achieve.
Okay, like what kind of?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Around 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, Shakila, do the job.
Boleh tahu tak macam how one example lah.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's look at the examples. Okay, what is it that we want to discuss? Can you give some example?
I mean, one Futures Triangle that has been filled up previously
Yeah.
by another group, probably.
By
I think tu dah ada, I mean, kat situ.
yang tadi kan. Actually, I did one for Islamic science actually. You want to see the last one? Tak payahlah. Tengok juga. The kind of science. Okay, so right. In the last class, they did like economy, what kind of economy they want. That's from economic students. Law, what kind of law do they want? Okay. I'm not sure. This one is about technology. What kind of technology? The future of technology. So itulah boleh banner sendiri kot yang ni bukan group ni, group yang macam ni. Yeah, this one is about, I think they came up with Islamic education, I think. They did about youth and Islamic education. Okay. Okay, Dr. Azmi? Yeah, this one is about the link of Islamic knowledge and digital era. So they want the digital era to be guided and to be, influenced by Islamic knowledge.
So the push of the present is the current issue, and pull of the future is the future that we want, and the weight of the history is.
No, weight is the kekangan. Apa kekangan kita
It's bogging you down to
bergerak ke
achieving
depan.
that vision.
Okay.
Apa sekarang yang membebankan? And then push of the present. What is now things that can help you towards achieving that vision?
Okay. Pull of the future is the ideal future that we want.
Right,
Yeah.
correct, correct.
Okay,
What
okay.
is, yeah,
Yes.
what idea is pulling you towards that?
Okay.
Okay, all right. Let's go back.
Dr. Fadila, for the next activity, trends, emerging issues, I explain until futures will, or do you want to stop at trends, emerging issues, let them think about the current trends and emerging issues, and then come back and then have me explain futures will, and then go back to the breakout rooms to then fill up the futures wheel? Or
I think we
which
can
one
go
do you
straight away. We can go straight
Right?
away.
Right?
Yeah.
So the break tu dia boleh guna untuk buat all these two activities lah, trends, emerging issues, and then futures wheel sekali.
Yep. Then we can go to lunch.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
When you talk about future, sometimes people associate with green, right?
With green?
Green color. What
Oh.
color comes to your mind? This one is colorful.
Oh, a myriad of colors, a rainbow.
Mm.
Well, at least I want my future to be like that. Full of different colors, no particular color in particular. Always very colorful to me. What about you?
Yeah. Beautiful. When you talk about beautiful future, it's something beautiful. It depends on what we think beautiful. But colors to me are beautiful. This one, kalau pasal this one, ni orang Melayu, orang Muslim in world leadership. Okay.
Melayu bersongkok.
This one, Zulfa drew this one.
Yeah, very talented, inshallah.
Community. Okay, let's see how they're doing. Okay. It's a pity that we cannot bring the discussion to the group so that we can listen, except that we bring them out, but it's going to be
We have to
disrupting the
join
discussion.
them.
But they're doing well in the group. Now, this is about AI. Dr. Azmi is leading the group.
Unethical use of AI is the weight of history right now. Correct. Very true.
It is the
But
thing.
push of the present, dia tulis apa tu dia dalam sedang menulis dalam kotak biru.
Okay, apa dia?
Tak,
This one.
dia push of the present for the one that you're looking at right now. AI grows rapidly. What's the other one? It's always important to recognize what we are settled with right now that is pulling us down, and what we have that can help push us to the present, because often we always focus on kekangan. Kalau kita bincang tu kan, the first thing akan sebut adalah kekangan. Kenapa
Betul.
kita tak boleh buat?
Oh, tak boleh, susah.
Macam mana kita nak buat kalau kita tak macam ni? And it stops there.
Yeah, yeah.
It usually stops there. It's good to ask the question, what do we have now that can help us?
This one is
Towards
here, right?
achieving that.
Maybe I can put some notes here. What did you say?
It's a one-off thing, Dr. Fadila. What do we have now that
What
can
do we
help
have?
us?
Okay, duplicate.
Orang selalu tanya, mana boleh buat? Kita kan terpaksa macam ni. But what about asking the question, what do we have now that can help us? It should always start with the positive outlook. And then we look at the challenges. And then we talk about how we can overcome those challenges. The sandwich method. Positive, constructive, positive. Atau orang sebut positive, negative, positive kan? Tapi I think most of our meetings start with what we cannot do.
Why can't we do it?
Why can't we do it? Shouldn't we be able to do it? Macam tu. Thinking out loud lah for us
Yeah,
as well.
I hope they know it's me writing this.
They can see your name.
Oh yeah, forgot. This is the push of the present, right? Yeah. And also we normally forget that what advantages that we have. Okay, let's see the others. Prof. Norita.
The mindset is
Also
always the
AI.
worst case scenario. And us being in the legal fraternity, we are trained very much to think of the worst thing that can happen.
Yeah. To win. AI, everyone is doing about AI.
Generasi, dia orang punya generasi kan, Dr. Fadila?
But this one is
Dia dah
different.
nampak benda-benda yang boleh ni affect their generation, AI lah. The AI generation.
Also AI, but yeah, AI, whether it's the discussion or it is a point to any of this, whether it's weight or it's the push of present. Even if you are discussing about something else, AI will still come into picture.
Correct. Dia very relatable. Dia immersive in all aspects that you want to discuss. You kena bincang say AI juga. Betul? Oh, ni dah banyak. Ada ni grup siapa, Dr. Fadila?
Ahmad. Dr. Ahmad.
Okay, Dr. Ahmad. Ahmad Rudin. Okay.
So what do you think is their pool of the future? Muslim scholar as referred experts. Okay. Oh, I think they got it a little bit different here. The weight of history.
Terbalik.
Yeah. Oh, this is actually strength. These are actually strengths, right? Because we had this.
Chris, tak nampak, sorry.
We have these genes. We have these traits in our past that we were in the expansion of Islamic scholarship. So betul tak ada macam-macam silap sikit
That's not the weight of history kan? That should be.
Weight is what are the kekangan tak?
Kekangan. Apa yang
terbalik lah. Terbalik. So this one is?
Terbalik.
Okay.
Oh, want me to go into the breakout room and ask them to change
Please
side?
rescue. Please rescue.
Okay. Dr. Ahmad punya group
Dr. Ahmad.
Kejap Okay, sekejap joining. Okay, bye. Keluar kejap
Bye. Yeah, for a while. Okay. Please go. Okay, menarik yang ini. Islamic scholars. Scholarship. Islamic scholar. Yep. Cancel future. Minoritas group.
Okay, they have dah clarify.
Yeah.
You can see they have actually moved this
I
point.
think the discussions are getting very interesting. I can
And I
see.
could hear students giving suggestions, loss of knowledge, semua tu, they know where it's supposed to be placed in which part of the triangle. Very interesting.
Okay. Can we call them back? Okay, boleh keluar eh? Alright, so whomever is already out can start giving reflection.
Assalamualaikum. Maybe I
Alright.
can share from my faculty, from our faculty, inshallah.
Okay,
Yes.
go on.
Most welcome.
Can someone adjust the
Oh,
the
yeah, sorry.
Oh,
mic?
okay, okay.
Was
Somebody else
me.
has to share.
Okay, yep. Oh,
This one.
mm.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So the team that we put in our group is Islamic scholars. So just now it has been explained about the pool of the future, right? So we're having in mind what kind of Islamic scholars that you wanted to produce. So these are some of the insights from the students. For the example, the first one, full realization of IOK, Islamization of knowledge. So as
Yeah.
an Islamic scholars, you have to know not only about the past, but the traditional literature and whatnot. So you have to also be aware of the integration or Islamization of knowledge, and then wise guidance for modern issue. So let's say you wanted to talk about, I mentioned just now, if let's say you have, you wanted to build masjid, right? So
Yeah.
the collaboration between Islamic scholars and also architects, it's quite necessary. So what kind of masjid that you wanted to build? For example, you wanted to have a woman, an inclusive masjid, you include the OKU people, you include the woman, because there are certain masjid. Alhamdulillah, in Malaysia, we don't have this kind of problem in which that it's friendly for everyone, right? But there are also masjid out there that have obstruct or try to not allow women to enter masjid. Yeah, so I think it's very important for Islamic scholar to, just try to explore on that part. And also here it is being mentioned, new medical research for the possibility, cure between doctors and Islamic scholars. And I think this is also has been implemented in Malaysia as well. So during COVID-19, right? So we see how the board of Mufti is sitting together with the medical doctor. Alhamdulillah, we can see this already in Malaysia to talk about COVID-19, to discuss, for example, you cannot go to masjid or you have to separate yourself, 1 meter kind apart from each other. So the collaboration between these scholars based on their disciplines one is very important lah. Okay, and then the push of the present. This is also Islamic scholars adapting in digital era. So this is also what we are trying to do as well lah. I'm not sure about the Pondok institution, but I believe also that's one of the agenda of our government to try to educate what kind of software, for example, that is available nowadays to be introduced to the pondok ustaz and whatnot, because maybe they are used to the kitab, right? But we wanted to simplify things. Maybe you can just go this software called Maktaba Shamila. So this is where we got to explore a hadith, for example, but from different kind of books in just a few seconds. So this is also part of the push of the present as well. And so let's see about weight of history. Here we could see hesitant and slow to accept new innovations because worrying about deviation. So this is something that is happening as well lah. Sometimes they claim that this is from the West, we should not adapt to the technology and whatnot. So they have this kind of mindset lah. Reluctancy and learning. So this is also the same. Limited digital skills among some scholars. If you have limitation, then it's okay. But the most important thing is you are willing to learn, deeper on the technology and whatnot lah, because they have the expertise in the traditional punya thoughts, right? So yeah, I think that's all from FPK.
Cancel culture macam mana?
Oh yeah, cancel culture. Tadi one of the students I think mentioned about how different scholars sometimes they have different kind of different stream, right? So they tend to call this as, they call them names. Sometimes call them as Kafi, call them as, Salafi Wahhabi, as in the derogatory way. So this somehow macam obstruct the ability to talk to discuss among each other lah for the greater purpose. Yeah. I think
The labeling culture.
yeah, the labeling culture, true.
Okay, all right. See this group, I think, yeah, it's talking about also Muslim scholarship. Okay, please, welcome.
Okay, we invite Nurin.
Okay, good.
Okay. Okay. For the push of the present example, like Islam as the core value or framework of progression, rapid advancement of AI and digital technologies, growing investment in STEM education and research. So from this example, like we have more opportunity to learn, innovate, and also contribute to science while applying Islamic value. Then for wake of history, like lack of unified acknowledgement of successful Muslim scholar as referred expert in technology, traditional educational system that sometimes separate religious and scientific study, weak investment in research and innovation. So from this history, like that actually inspire us with past achievement, but also remind us of the challenges that must be overcome to revive the excellence in science. And for the pull of the future, like hope for the strong collaboration between religion, science, and society. And hope more world-class Islamic research university and institution, Muslim scholar as the referral expert, ethical AI and technology guided by Islamic principle. So this will motivate us to pursue knowledge, become innovator, and use science for the benefit of humanity.
Yeah, okay. So I think this is a good application of futures triangle. Dr. Ahmad, you want to talk about why you shifted from, what's the confusion just now?
Okay, all right. The confusion is that we thought that all of these the edge of the triangle is the positive side, meaning that although the weight of history, but also give the give the push towards the advancement for the future studies. So
Yeah.
although it's actually weight of history is something that in negative connotation, which gives out the which pull us away from our future, meaning that, for example, the lack of unified acknowledgement of successful Muslim scholar, because maybe previously, like Dr. Juliana mentioned, we label each group with bad labels. Then because of that group, although it have a successful scholar, we doesn't acknowledge them.
Yeah.
So this
Rugi.
become we disengage from each other.
Itulah ini ya perbalahan yang merugikan umat lah. Okay. Alright. So thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad and the group. Okay. Yang lagi saya rasa tak sempat nak pergi satu-satu. Dr. Cik Fitri nak cakap apa-apa tak? Anything you want to say? No, this is about conflicts. Interesting. Cik Fitri? Okay, what do you see here? Fear of failure. Yes, that is always the weight of history. Fear of change. You're right. Okay, you want sustainable cities. This is talking about a city which is sustainable, and education which is all in one, a state which has no conflict. Okay, alright. So kita pergi visit kejap Dr. Prof. Norita punya. Okay, about AI ya Prof. Okay, you want a feature which is skill-based credential. Okay. Okay, menarik menarik. Okay, saya rasa terima kasih banyak-banyak kepada semua kumpulan yang telah buat exercise ini. So sekarang kita pergi terus kepada aktiviti selanjutnya sebelum lunch. I pass the baton to you, Dr. Felina.
Thank you, Dr. Fadila. We were discussing in the main room while the rest of the upper lecturers, course instructors and students were involved in the breakout rooms that dia dah tambah rancak, Masya Allah, dan interesting on the ideas that come out, okay, from the students. I think they're beginning to broaden their minds and see, how we can actually think more clearly with clarity lagi when we want to achieve a vision, looking at both sides of the triangle contohnya. So looking forward to see other activities kan, because I'm sure it's going to by the end of the day jadi sangat-sangat menarik. Okay, so now we are going to go to emerging issues. Okay. So what are emerging issues? Now, emerging issues are early signs of potential future change that are not yet widely recognized or understood. Okay. So emerging issues dia macam those weak signals that you can see happening and it's sporadic. So it's not happening throughout the world. It's not something that is usual or common yet. Tapi dah nampak dia punya signs tu, those weak signals. Okay, we call it. There are small clues that there are new developments, okay, that there might be new changes happening, and which now seem like they're not really having any impact, but may later on become more significant. Okay, so in other words, an emerging issue is something new or unusual that might grow into something important in the future. It's not clear yet whether it will become a big change, tapi dah ada nampak early signs and it's not really predictable from data. Data tu tak menunjukkan lagi secara stabil, jelas bahawa this might eventually become something bigger, okay, later on. Let me give an example, because I think a lot when we discuss anything, any vision, any theme, any issue, kita tak boleh lari pada AI. AI has now is now immersed in every single aspect of our lives. Okay, whatever that we discuss nanti kita tak boleh lari daripada fikir apakah impact AI kan. So for example, an emerging issue might be this. We can see that now the younger generation is very much attached kan to their devices. So that we have seen that dah ada mula ada software, ada aplikasi yang menawarkan emotional companionship, AI emotional companionship. Okay, meaning that that will be the closest friend to the person with the device. So kita dah nampak in certain countries in which are not family oriented, for example, and very much focus on the autonomy and the right of privacy and individuality, that there are youths that are starting to treat their phones like emotional companions, the AI tools in the phone. So there's less conversation and less communication with physical friends. They feel like they don't need to make any physical friends anymore because they have this AI emotional companion that is always there, responds faster, never neglects them, and is always giving responses that they want to hear. So
Yeah.
that's an emerging issue.
Is that AI hallucination? Something.
Some form of AI hallucination as well, but it's now quite tangible sebab dia dah ada app yang boleh provide that kind of emotional companionship. Tapi yelah, hallucinating nevertheless.
Yeah.
So it's an emerging issue sebab kita nampak benda tu ada berlaku, belum lagi menjadi kebiasaan. It's not a common fact. It's not a common occurrence in all parts of the world. But
Yeah.
it's there on the horizon. So emerging issue ni dia macam horizon scanning tau. It's important to look at those petanda-petanda yang ada, yang nampak kecil, tapi kita kena bersedia sebab it might actually turn into something bigger. It might become a trend. So
This reminds me of my brainstorm buddy, ChatGPT. But I think nothing can replace you.
Oh, that is so sweet. Declaring it in this forum, Dr. Del. Tapi betul, all those AI tools are becoming our companions in our work, kan juga our professional work. So, yeah, those are emerging issues. Another emerging issue that we can identify is the fact that because it is now, okay, I'm going into trends kejap lagi, but it's now the trend for students to have all these AI tools to help them study and also even, deliver presentations, assignments. So because sekarang ni kan kita pun susah actually nak control them to not use. Kan we know that this generation memang AI infused sangat-sangat. So the emerging issue is in some institutions over the world, there are no longer written exams. They don't have to sit in an exam hall and answer questions in a few hours' time, writing it down. They have actually changed the assessment of students in the way of oral. Dah jadi viva. Even at undergraduate level.
Syafawi.
Dia Syafawi. For final exam tu. Dia
Yeah.
buat Syafawi and then they do other methods which do not require the student to actually write. Okay, and even dia ada macam AI compliance disclaimer pun dia orang kena sign before they actually go into the exam hall and have that viva going along. So that's an emerging issue. Are we going to redesign our final exam and our assessment of students later on? Some universities in the West have started doing it. It's not rampant in this part of the world yet, but that's an emerging issue on the horizon. Is it going to be something big later on? So now I would like to also explain about trends, about it might be a bit difficult in the first place to understand what are emerging issues and what are trends. So let me just try to explain what trends are and then tell you the difference between the two. Okay? Now, when we talk about trend ni sebenarnya is the futures method yang paling banyak digunakan. Okay, trend extrapolation. So it's actually patterns of change that we can observe happening over a period of time. So benda tu dia bukan macam berlaku sikit-sikit, sporadically, but we can see it being very rampant and we can see the constancy of that thing happening, okay? So it might grow, decline, and shift, but it's supported by existing data. So in other words, a trend is something that has been happening for a while and is likely to continue happening. Okay, for example, right now we have the aging population, right? And that is based on data that can be extrapolated lah kan. We can see communities over the world, for Japan, for example, and Korea, for example, even Taiwan, you can see in those places, the demographic data, many societies are getting older. And even in Malaysia, by 2030, will be an aging population already. Okay, so benda tu memang dah happening all over the world. So it's now a trend, the aging population. The simplest example we can give is, of course, digitalization of services. When we talk about banking, shopping, even learning, kan? Health consultations are now very widely digitalized and online. So those are trends. Kalau nak kaitkan antara trends dengan emerging issue, again, tadi example saya adalah bila student sekarang menggunakan AI and digital tools very much in their in studying, that is already a trend. Another trend could be the fact that now we can actually draft documents. We can actually do a lot of basic work by only using AI. Okay, you can draft your resumes and do your video resumes without even designing it. You can just put in a prompt into an AI tool and the video will be there for you. We don't have to manually type our resumes. We put in information and the resume is generated for you. So that's actually a trend right now where even basic routine practices are now, can be generated by AI. No longer need that time. It's not no longer time consuming and doesn't take a lot of effort from the individual. Okay, so that's a trend. The emerging issue is now that all that is happening, this makes certain jobs no longer require human to carry them out. Okay, contohnya macam administrative work, jadi reception dekat hotel, ataupun simple like dispatch work, dia punya macam entry level, that's the one I'm trying to find. Entry level jobs dah boleh dilakukan oleh AI. AI can already do that. So the emerging issue is we don't know how far this is going to go. Because if this is because in Japan, as you know, some hotels, they don't even have staff. Okay, they have robots manning the reception. They have robots delivering things to the room. And I think in certain hotels, housekeeping pun dah mula ada, automated the beds that can actually kemaskan diri sendiri. Okay. So those are emerging issues in the world right now, and we don't know how far they're going to go. And in the future, are there certain jobs which will already be disposed of? Dah tak perlukan kerja macam tu. Tak boleh offer lagi kerja-kerja yang basic clerical work lagi. Okay? No, there's no need to actually offer entry-level jobs. We now nak yang macam professional jobs yang masih memerlukan human beings to actually be involved in it. So we don't know how far this is going to go. So that's an example of an emerging issue also. Okay? All right. So let me just try to summarize the difference between trends and emerging issues, if I may. The important distinction between those two is that when we talk about trends, it helps us to plan for what is likely because we are already observing it and we can already see it happening. Okay? Emerging issues, because it's not exactly a common occurrence, can help us prepare for what is possible but unexpected. So let's look at it this way. I like to give this example. If you look to the sky and you see clouds, kan? Clouds are everywhere. If it's a cloudy sky, of course, kan? And when the cloud turns gray and eventually dark, you know that it's going to rain. The possibility is there. So bayangkan the clouds tu adalah the trends. It's there, it's present, the data you can observe, and you know what is likely going to happen. But emerging issues is that one dot in the sky far away, and you don't know what exactly is that dot. Is it a drone? Is it a plane? Is it an unidentified flying object, a UFO? You don't know. But it's still there. So the possibility that it might turn into something significant is still there. Okay. So another metaphor that I can give is that trends are like waves. Okay. But emerging issues are the ripples that eventually turn into a wave. Okay. Okay. All right. So I hope that clarifies the difference between trends and emerging issues and why it is relevant for us to identify these in order to plan for the future.
Yeah.
Ada apa-apa soalan tak sebelum I
ada
move
apa
to
soalan?
Future's Wheel?
Yang kita sebut macam sekarang ni makanan antarabangsa datang ke Malaysia kan. Ada trend makanan Korea. Itu pun boleh kata trend juga. Kadang trend ni boleh
Fashion, music, itu semua trends.
Dan kadang-kadang kita
Dia
boleh
era dia.
boleh bina pun trend tu. Kadang kita nak bina trend input-input baik dalam social media boleh juga kan. baik dengan ibu bapa di social media. That is how we influence trend. And then
Having said that, when we talk about social media, the trend now is that religious input advices are now taking the form of podcasts, kan? Taking the form of social media posts. So the emerging issue, itu trend kan, itu memang trend sekarang sebab of digitalization. Tapi the emerging issue that saya mungkin boleh nampak is that now because all that is available, adakah nanti when somebody wants to seek religious advice, they don't go and seek consultation kepada pakar-pakar, kepada ilmuwan kita lagi dah. Dia dah mula ada satu corpus in which dia boleh refer kepada all those social media contributions instead of directly going to a scholar, which happened in the past. So that's an emerging issue sekarang. Kita tak nampak benda tu dah jadi satu trend untuk orang tidak lagi berguru kan. Kita dah mula nampak bahawa some people dia nak cepat, dia just refer to a certain video. Sedangkan kita tahu dalam apa-apa isu keagamaan tu, it is also on a case-to-case basis. I mean, no one issue is entirely the same. So untuk berguru, untuk bertanya tentang ilmuwan tu adalah satu perkara yang sangat penting. But the emerging issue is there, and is it worrying? Yes. It is going to turn into something which becomes a trend. We don't know yet, but it's good to identify that and to prepare and plan for how we're going to handle that if it does become something more significant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ada siapa nak bagi pandangan kat sini? Nak sambung teruskan yang ni? Lepas tu terus
Futures Wheel, sebab nanti boleh buat teruskan di aktiviti sebab dia sangat berkait rapat. Okay. So Futures Wheel is my favorite methodology because this has helped me a lot in my personal life. Futures Wheel ni macam it's like kan kalau we throw a stone into any water source, a river, a pond, or even the sea, it creates a ripple effect. We can see those circles surrounding it. So that's exactly what the Future Wheels does.
It can create a tsunami as well if it's a wave.
It can
If it's
waves and tsunami, betul. Betul, bukan ripple effect saja ya. Okay, so that stone is that one change, event, issue, or trend. The ripples that move outward and circle that particular stone when you throw it into the water are the possible effects of that change. So some effects are very direct. Okay, it happens quickly, and we call those first level effect or first level impact. And then others might happen later directly or maybe unexpected. So a futures wheel is that foresight tool that helps us think about the possible consequences. Shared timeline tadi kita dah fikir apa yang berlaku di masa lalu that can influence our future. Futures, triangle, trends and emerging issues ni semua akan bantu kita untuk look at what is happening now. Okay, what is happening now? What can we foresee? But Futures Wheel is more about the impact. It's layers of impact, a result of a particular trend or a particular emerging issue. Okay, so we look at possible consequences and we start mapping layer by layer the impact that particular issue has. Okay, so kita kan selalu dia macam dia create a chain of consequences. Kalau kita buat satu keputusan, when we make a decision, usually we manage to see first layer and at the most second layer. Okay,
short-sighted.
Short-sighted. If this is done, this happens, then this will be the effect. That's it. Okay, but Futures Wheel helps you to broaden that scope of mind and peel away the layers. If this happens, then what's next? If this thing then happens, what is the bigger impact of that? What is going to relate to that? So, sampaikan, usually kita buat sampai 5 layers, Dr. Del kan, Dr. Fadila in the exercise. And it does actually open up different possibilities.
Do you want to see the example?
Yes, I want to highlight examples as well. Thank you very much.
This one?
Yeah, so that's an example of the metaverse dalam perniagaan. I think I have to open my row sebab I can barely, my eyesight is
You can't see, you can see. I can open it bigger.
Boleh, okay. Thank you. So metaverse dalam perniagaan, kita tengok kan the first layer of effect. Virtual office tak perlu cost untuk sewa premise. Okay. And then we look at games, content creators and developers will be in demand. So those are kind of like the positive effects when you have virtual, we have metaverses, kan? Business metaverses. But there's also the effect of kurang interaksi physical, but because you'll be in your own world and you don't need to meet people.
Okay, look
Okay,
at the next layer.
Kurang travel. Look at the next layer and how it's connected. Bila dah kurang interaksi fizikal, dekat dengan kawan, boleh jadi obesity, masalah kesihatan, because you just sit, it's a very sedentary life. In which you just sit in front of a device and conduct everything. So you don't really go out. Okay, kemahiran sosial yang berkurangan sebab itu. Okay.
Really menarik.
Bila orang, look at the third layer.
Layer, yeah.
Third layer. Kemahiran sosial yang berkurang, macam ni dikaitkan dengan sports tu, Dr. Del?
Yeah. You want to look at other aspects?
Other aspects kot.
Okay, other aspects. Udara segar jadi.
Udara segar sebab bila orang kurang travel, kurang keluar, tak perlukan kenderaan ataupun yelah untuk pergi ke mana-mana. So when you have less vehicles on the road emitting those toxic carbon dioxide kita panggil lah, carbon dioxide,
Yes.
kan? Then the world will
Monoxide.
actually be a cleaner place. And this is what happened in COVID-19 when the world shut down. Rivers turned lagi jernih. The Himalayas could be seen from certain parts of the world because of the clearer atmosphere, kan? So
Dolphin
it's
appeared.
interesting to see when each layer is peeled, kadang-kadang benda yang negatif tu, the next layer tu ada benda yang positif akan berkait. So jadi interesting to see how things develop, impact upon impact upon impact.
Yeah, maybe one more example. This
Okay,
one.
one more example. I think yang kalau kahwin muda tu, okay, you're getting married late. The first level impact is that high performance in work, because you don't have many people having to seek leave because of pregnancy, contohnya. Okay, they dedicate more of their times to actually for their career. Okay, and then maturity when entering into marriage, because dah matang when you enter into marriage. Okay, but then look at the second layer berkait youth getting married late tu akan membawa kepada, I think, generational gap.
This one, yeah.
Generational gap, kan? Where you have children quite late, or it's difficult for you to have more children because of the health issues. And then the generation gap, kalau zaman kami ni, Gen X and millennials, we still are able to meet our great-great-grandparents. Moyang-moyang tu masih lagi boleh jumpa, masih kenal lagi. Tapi with the impact of youth getting married late in this generation, dia jadi macam mungkin dua generasi saja yang sempat jumpa dalam each other's lifetime. Okay, our mothers and probably grandparents, but it doesn't go further than that. Okay, lagi Dr. Del, and one more probably impact.
Insurance, no?
Oh, insurance will be higher lah.
Ada orang yang akan benefit daripada step satu ni. So
Ha,
sebab itulah orang bisnes dia akan tengok lah. Orang bisnes akan tengok, wah, kat mana yang dia boleh buat duit.
Betul.
Undang-undang pun boleh datang juga masuk.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's very interesting as you go along, peeling the layers to see how, you know, how impactful that one emerging issue or one trend can be. Positive and both negative. It really broadens up your mind and it really clarifies your decision making process. Okay?
Mungkin Prof. Norita, do you have any input about this? I mean, how do you see this futures wheel good?
Silakan, Prof.
Ada tak, Prof? Saya tak nampak screen. Okay, kalau tak ada sesiapa, ada Dr. Azmi, have you tried this before?
Hello, yeah. We've tried this before, and we had people were talking about emerging trends of AI. AI. So the impacts were, you know, there are positive and negative. So what we see in the future wheels is we're trying to you know, balance both what the impacts are again.
Yeah.
So this will be an interesting activity.
Yes, agree.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. Azmi.
Might I just add, Dr. Del, the layers too, you can also do it thematically. Maknanya you guna pastel lah, kan? Impact on politics, impact on environment, economy, technology, for example lah.
Okay, kita
Boleh
letak.
juga buat in that way. Pastel can also be used to applying each theme to each layer of impact pun boleh.
Okay, so kita kena buat apa sekarang?
Okay, so now we would like each group to identify what are the trends and emerging issues.
Yeah.
Okay, fill in that part, yes.
Good, and then?
So, and then choose one emerging issue from what you have listed down before, put it in the center of the futures wheel, and start looking at the impact. Start thinking about the impact that it will have, layer by layer by layer.
Okay, so how long do we have?
We're supposed to be on a break at 12. It's now
Okay.
11:46.
Right.
So
I think, yeah, just continue until 12.
yeah.
And then kita datang balik lepas lunch lah untuk
Okay. And
present
then
sikit.
we'll look at what they have filled in. Okay.
Yeah.
So this will be our break lah. We're taking a break right now.
But before we go to break, anything that bukanlah break lagi, you all masuk kumpulan.
You all can buat kat breakout rooms. Tapi lepas tu kita
Okay, apa-apa yang nak cakap di main room, Dr. Juliana, any reflection?
Tak ada. Let's just go insyaAllah.
Okay, dah tamat, okay?
Okay.
Encik
Group
Fitri,
saya dah
okay?
start.
Good. Encik Fitri,
Good,
okay?
good. Alright.
Alhamdulillah.
Alright, so
Looking
kita
forward.
gerak ke kumpulan masing-masing.
Okay.
Dipersilakan.
Alright.
Ui, dah start isi Pronorita punya group ni.
Dia dah excited. Bagus. Laju. Banyak dah tu isi tu.
Sementara tu terus isi.
So Dr. Del, I can inform you, I will write in the group as well. I'm really sorry that I will not be able to join for CLA and backcasting
Okay,
after
alright.
the break.
That's okay. I will go to ChatGPT as my sparring partner.
You will definitely miss me.
Oh my goodness. It's okay. Anytime if
It's
you're
been
on the go,
yeah, really
if you're on the go anytime, you can come in just
yeah. When I have
Okay.
a break from the family, I'll just log in and
please do.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ina.
Thank you so much. But I'm still around until 12:13 till 1 else will be here.
Okay then. Yeah. Pukul 12 kita keluar lunch lah. Yeah. Nanti Syakila bolehlah pasang apa-apa interval so that people are resting. But in the meantime, let's Skodeng, see what they do.
They're really excited to see what they come up with.
Yeah. Okay. Artificial intelligence and automation.
Taxing foreign goods.
The Tesla thing is also, yang baru ni accident tu pun kita tak tahu sebab apa kan. Orang kata takut automated punya issue. If we rely on automation, fully rely, there's a danger to it.
Think of all the emerging issues that are
Cashless society.
cashless society, yes.
Smart homes. You even talk to your homes. You don't communicate to people, but you talk to your devices. Siri, all those. Rapid scaling of electric
Dia
vehicles.
menyebabkan lebih ramai orang akan introvert.
So what kind of people? Introvert. Lepas tu tadi kata duduk dekat depan screen saja. That's a description. Fat. Swollen eyes. So and
Apa
then
dia bawa macam emerging issue ke swollen eyes tu?
and then short. No, I mean the
okay,
description of
sorry.
if it continues, this
Okay.
generation, I mean their physical is not as like pada zaman Usama Zaid semua tu kan, physically strong. Sini warrior tu real warrior, ini apa? Digital warrior sahaja. Digital eye strain. Somebody really did it.
Swollen eyes kata Dr. Fadila tadi.
Digital
E-waste
eyes.
accumulation. Betul. E-waste accumulation memang emerging issue.
What is this?
Ni kita semua ni benda-benda kita nak buang, device, all the parts,
Oh,
all the
e-waste.
airport semua tu.
I see.
Kalau dulu kita banyak sampah, kadang sampah-sampah macam ni lah, benda makan or benda like kertas kan. Now it's going to be e-waste through and through, which makes it even more difficult to dispose.
Yeah.
That's an emerging issue that is
All non
non-biodegradable.
biodegradable.
Which might bring about an emerging issue or a possibility that phones will be biodegradable nanti. Somebody will come up with the idea to make phones
With
biodegradable.
soluble phones.
Oh, that's scary. Kena air sikit terus cair. Interesting, ya?
Oh, that means you're going to use
Space militarization. Correct.
what?
Correct.
Where?
Geopolitical fragmentation and space militarization.
Space militarization. Yeah. It's already a possibility. Space, that's why they're racing for power in space.
Yeah, the new frontier.
Use it. Yeah, the new frontier.
Kejap lagi dia bagi-bagikan space pula. Antara, superpowers. Betul.
So macam tadi tu, sebab digital waste tu kan, maknanya hologram would be something that everyone will use. I mean, you don't have to have any device.
You don't have to have a
boleh
screen. Betul.
mungkin something cheap sikit je pada badan kita, and then you can on
Betul.
communication anywhere.
Betul.
So your digital waste will be smaller.
That brings us to the emerging issue of, kita panggil apa yang manusia yang macam bionic?
Biohuman. You can talk
Dr.
pakai
Asim
lens.
Fadila talked about that kan? Dia cakap, dia panggil apa? Biohumans
Betul-betul ada isu dalam bioethics sekarang.
Nanti kan phone kan comes out of your ni.
Yes.
Ada device, ada paraphernalia ke ataupun yang peripheral device coming
inside
out.
the body. Itulah yang
Inside the
masalah
body.
tu.
Now everything is inside your body.
Yeah, you put inside
Dulu
the
inside
organ.
phone je. Sekarang inside body.
Even the brain,
That one brings a lot of Islamic ethical issues yang tu.
Yep.
If you develop the human body to adapt.
Ni bioethics ya. No, biotech, biohuman.
Dia sebut tu.
Editing.
There's an article on it.
Look at this one. Okay, masih lagi ni siapa? Okay. Rise of scammers. Yeah.
Kita bincang macam ni pun kita tiba-tiba nampak benda yang kita tak fikir dulu kan. Ini
baru satu Isfar gap, but you already see, I think new things are already there within a matter of 1 year.
Generated mufti crisis, exactly what I was saying. People don't go to ni lagi, tokoh-tokoh lagi. Tak nak dengar dah. Dia dah pergi kepada AI. Over reliance of AI when searching about Islamic rulings. Bawah tu apa? Moral challenges of the younger generation. Society. Tapi AI generated mufti crisis memang clear emerging issue lah.
Ni ustazah AI ni. Kenapa bukan ustaz ni? Kenapa ustazah?
Tak ada. Tak ada. Dia bukan gender bias dia letak je.
Maybe there is something to it.
Yeah.
Kalau dulu kan ustazah malu kan.
Kenapa ustazah bukan ustaz? More AI use. Betul, trends is more AI use in Islamic research and education. That's what I was thinking about. Betul?
Yeah, exactly what I'm doing right now as well.
Lagi?
Which is good, can be good. Oh, kita tak tengok dia punya, dia isi ke tadi, dia punya
features, ada indah ke? Oh, dah
Ustazah
start.
AI, okay lah.
Dia pilih Ustazah AI. So tengok dia punya impact. Sources not convincing.
Kenapa pula ustazah yang sources not convincing?
Dr. Dan is taking
apa ni?
offense over Ustazah AI.
Tak apa. There must be something about it. Okay. Maybe growth of halal investment platform. Okay, yeah, this is economics point of view. And then let's see dia punya trend. Yang tadi kataan online fatwa. Faith tech boom.
Ni apa ni? Ni apa trends. Global Data Centers Open in Malaysia. Betul dekat depan rumah Dr. Hindun tu?
Betul. Yang ni faith tech boom, is it something that can measure your faith?
I don't know. Let them explain. That's very interesting. I don't know what they mean by faith tech boom. Sekarang Faith tu dalam, tak tahu, tak faham.
It's like a kertas litmus untuk Faith. How is my Faith today?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Tengok emerging issue dia berkaitan.
Hmm.
Brain drain betul. Emerging issue correct. Brain drain. Fake news, I think fake energy crisis, betul? Energy crisis, betul?
Hmm. Betul.
Data sorry. Social
Alright,
media
thank you.
censorship. Okay lah.
Ada dah, habis dah.
Dia memang it took me about 3 practices before I could really understand the difference between trends and emerging issues. And because Dr. Fadila sendiri assigned to me kan, so I did reading baru nampak lah. Kalau tidak dia macam kadang-kadang kita confuse and kita ingatkan emerging issues to trends and vice versa kan.
Okay.
Yang ni?
Alright. This one is hyper personalized AI learning. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Like to your liking. I don't want lecture yang lambat sangat. I nak suara perempuan ke, I nak
Look at the digital classroom, physical plus digital. Itu memang trends lah, that's correct.
digital.
Betul. Hybrid. Itu betul. Yeah, that is definitely a trend. Micro-credentialing is already a trend. We can see the data it's happening and it's like rampant kan.
Already there ya.
Tengok dia punya
This
ni.
one, emerging issues ni. Lack of human
Emerging
empathy.
issues.
Menarik.
Ni, tech
So this-
corporate monopoly on knowledge. Oh, that's a good emerging issue. So who is more advanced can provide a better institution of knowledge. The race is there. Who's the
Yeah.
more modern and digital?
Yeah.
Orang akan pilih universiti tu.
Okay, digital addiction and cognitive bias.
Hmm.
Alright, let's look at this one. Dia punya ni. Dia big tech dia belum develop lagi, tapi big
Dah
tech
ada, which is
controls
weird.
global education. Yelah betul lah
Tech
ni. Kita
control
ikut cakap siapa
methods using
sebenarnya.
micro-credentials. Cost competitors tarik
Eventually,
bakar for algorithms. Traditional universities close down. We lose our jobs.
but the one that you mentioned just now about Shafawi coming back, I think it's possible as well. We go to the original or old style of learning. Pergi cari ustaz, kita cari guru, kita pergi talaki, and then we,
Betul.
you know.
And that might be the revival of the golden age, mana tahu.
Ya, betul. Okay, just before we go, tengok Dr. Azmi tadi tak sempat tengok dia punya.
Tadi dah 2 kali kan Dr. Juliana dengan Dr. Ahmad. So maybe we can ask the rest pula lepas ni Dr. Azmi.
About apa ni? Mobile gaming.
Mobile
Esports
gaming and
university.
game addiction. Okay, it's a trend. Not LM usage. It's a trend. Esports in university. Oh, dah jadi trend lah. I thought that was an emerging issue belum lagi.
Which
Esports
one?
university tu.
Sports.
Esports in university.
Okay.
And then emerging issue. Dr. Dia tolong zoom in.
Emerging issue? Yang mana atas? Bawah?
Tak, yang bawah. Emerging
Okay,
issue yang biru tu. AI generated cyber attacks, data breaches, social disconnection from friend and family. Betul lah, social disconnection tu memang emerging issue. Masalah yang ada. Dia
Tak
pilih apa
sembang.
untuk future
Oh, yang
solution?
ni dia belum lagi.
Okay, alright.
Okay, so I think that is all for our morning session. Kita break. Kita masuk balik pukul 2 lah. 2 ke 2:30? Kita
InsyaAllah.
kata dah jadual. Tengok. Sekejap ya.
So we are on track,
Kita balik
Alhamdulillah.
pukul 2. Alhamdulillah. Alright. Okay, so thank you Dr. Fadlina. You didn't get the chance to say farewell to them.
I'll put it in the group for the course instructors lah kot.
Okay then, alright. So thank you.
Thank you,
Kita
Dr.
akan balik pukul 2.
Fadila.
Thank you. Yeah.
Always excited and honored to be part of your activities.
And this one is actually something that we also believe in, that it can bring a lot of help for the students and
we have
and for
benefited a
us.
lot from it as well, individually kan, and as a group. Okay.
Okay, right. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, alright. Assalamualaikum.
Salam. Puan Syakila, can we pergi kepada apa slide poster tu, lepas tu kita for a break. Can you put somewhere there for a break, or I think I can just do it over here. Lepas tu boleh pas, and I tinggal I punya screen tu buka. Ya, facilities. Buat kat sini. Yeah. Apa? Apa teruknya? Let me open mine lah. Kejap. Wait a minute. The audio, is it? Is your audio okay? Kejap. Oh, boleh, boleh. Boleh. Okay. Sekejap. Sekejap.
Tak payah kata.
Okay, kita terus break ya. Terus break, nanti masuk balik. Ataupun you can leave yourselves inside here and then we continue at 2 o'clock.
سلام الله على ياسين حبيب الله صلاة الله سلام الله على طه رسول الله صلاة الله سلام الله على ياسين حبيب الله صلاة الله سلام الله على ياسين حبيب الله توسلنا ببسم الله بالهادي رسول الله وكل مجاهد لله بأهل البدر يا الله وكل مجاهد لله بأهل البدر يا الله
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So let us continue with our session for today. There's not much left. Inshallah, we will try to finish it within time. Okay, so what we're going to do right now is to see the discussions done by the groups. And for that, I would like to invite, is Dr. Azmi and or Encik Fitri is already available for the group? Hmm. Okay, who's group going first?
Okay.
Okay, carry on.
All right. So for our group, we have Miss Anissa. She will
Mhm.
be presenting her brainstorming ideas
Yeah.
on the 3 trends and 3 emerging issues. So
Okay.
we welcome Miss Nisa. Anissa, can you speak?
Yes.
Okay, baik, silakan.
All right, as we can see in the future wheels, wait,
Future wheel, say going for future wheel. Okay, sekejap. Right, this one, yeah?
all right. So, as we can see here, the emerging issues we had take down here, right down here is esports in university, health and fitness, notebook, LM usage, wide broad of financial methods. So from these emerging issues, we go to the second
Second layer.
second layer,
Yeah.
where I will take one example for like wide broad of financial methods. If we look further from wide broad of financial methods,
Okay.
um it can lead to pollution because there's too much stuff at home. Like people buy things easier from different types of shopping apps, and until they don't even know how to arrange all the stuffs.
Okay.
All right. And the next layer, because of that, it can also lead to the increasing pressure on waste management systems. And the next one, it will also from the pressure on waste management system, it will lead to the laziness of populations, and also there's no sentimental values about surrounding because of the waste that had been increased. People will think that it's a norms, and they might not take any actions towards the ways that they had been doing.
Produced. So what was the main issue just now?
The main issue here
Yeah.
is about the financial method on shopping.
How is it an issue? Okay, so I see here that you have all of the trends you put inside here. Yeah, it's okay. Actually, we wanted to put only one emerging issue, and then we try to expand from that. But this one, we can still see the process going. Yeah, when you say esports in university, for example, this is one issue, one emerging issue. How is it an issue? Okay, okay, maybe from this one, can you explain this one a bit? How was the discussion that tells me?
Okay, so the one that put this idea, I think he's not still
Okay,
still absent, but yeah, I could explain more. Esports in university, it's an emerging issue because they said that it has the pros and cons of it. Okay, so if you go, in the green notes,
Green
it's
line, okay.
referring to the actual emerging issues lah. So it gives students who don't play traditional sports a place to belong. So someone who hasn't had any physical endurance in playing physical sports, they could actually choose have a place of belonging
Yeah.
with their friends in this esports section, and it helps with problem solving. But of course, it may lead to some addiction of over accessing, playing more games than than actually studying, and
Okay, so
it's
if you
actually
use the STEEP test, what are the social impacts of this? There is kan ada kan social impact untuk e-sport and okay, and then
social impact.
yeah, and then you have a technological impact and then economical impact. Siapa yang benefit from this? So those can help us to kembangkan the round ni lah, the circle. Okay, all right. Anything interesting here that you want to highlight? Which part?
Yeah, I think what the Anissa was trying to say is it's kind of interesting because it's shopping. She was saying about wide broad of financial methods means that shopping is made easier nowadays. It's more easier than before. So yeah, so people started to buy stuff that they don't need actually.
You buy stuff that you don't need.
Yes, because some prices have been like RM1. For RM1, you might buy, some things yang macam kecil lah, a telephone maybe. And sometimes the Shopee or TikTok, advertisement gives one ringgit for a phone, contoh lah. So they're starting to buy stuff that they don't need, and somehow within 2 or 3 years they might have had to dispose of these stuff because their houses are being overwhelmed with stuff that they didn't need to buy anyways. So recycling is becoming an issue also because they wanted to throw all these stuff. So it's leading to pembaziran and wastage of resources.
So yeah, we can increase here, but perhaps those who are in business then would see that this is going to be an opportunity of waste disposal, waste management, can, and perhaps regulation can come in as well for the impacts. Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much for the group. Can we move on to Encik Fitri's group? Thank you, Anissa. Do you want to talk about your trends and emerging issues?
All right.
Okay, Encik Fitri, okay, come on, let's go to your group.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. So there are three trends that our group highlights, which is I think come from Atira, from our group. So the first one is hyper-personalized AI learning. Meaning is we know that we have application like Duolingo or an AI tutor that changing our the paradigm of the learning system currently. And we do have the second trending is the micro credential of degrees. So we can see that some of the companies like Google's Microsoft and so on, they develop the short skill certification, and currently it becomes more popular than the 4-year degrees that we are currently pursuing.
Yeah.
So, like example, completing a 3-month Google Data Analyze certificate on Coursera and so on. So it's currently become more trending. And the last one, the 5 digital classroom.
Yeah, this is
So
interesting. Yeah.
yeah, so yeah, these three the highlighted trending, and we are choosing as for the what do we call the
Emerging.
cycle
Oh,
what
for
do
the, yeah,
yeah.
this
So
one.
we go to the cycle immediately.
Okay, oh, this is a full blown.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So as for the future wheels, all right. We choose the big tech controls global education using credential, as we mentioned before. We can see that some of the big company like Microsoft and Google's, they develop the courses and so on. Yeah, they have several we call positive aspect, but in terms of we can see that from this phenomena through the micro credential, which could create significant issues if not be handled properly lah.
Yeah.
As for the biggest part is for the education itself. So we can see that education may become more cheaper, may become more cheaper and become more accessible.
Yeah, just like we are doing just like the session that we are doing right now is cheaper, isn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, it's look good. At certain point, it looks fine and very good. But however, it can lead to people taking knowledge for granted, and
Okay.
as a result, society one day we don't know, but one day it can affect the society, may lose the deep wisdom and respect for learning. I mean, so that's an aspect from in education aspect. In terms of the economical aspect, we can see that yeah, currently many students might choose short skill based learning over the formal education itself. So it could increase dropout rate from the traditional schools and universities and decreasing the values of degrees itself. So with this competition, we can make the competition for the job hunting will be more harder, and university may lose the independence and become reliant on tech platforms.
Okay.
As for the
Can you
ethical,
explain this one? This one looks distinct.
yeah, I want to explain this one. So
Yeah.
in terms of Islamic or ethical Islamic moral, so yeah, because they are focusing like Google and so on, they are not focusing on the Islamic integration. Yeah. So when we have further when we like following their process and so on, we can say that they are removing they are separating the deen, the Islamic values and the the ethics itself. And so the curriculum itself not produce what we really need lah.
Yeah.
So it will
So
contribute the
our
rise of digital.
our education system will be dictated by the industry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Good, good.
I
All right.
think that's all from us.
Yeah, this one I think especially what we need to do is you really need to see the leap from this happened and then this happened. Then you will make more sense of how the wheel works. Okay, but yeah, this one is very, very good and extensive. Thank you. Can you talk a bit about your emerging issues here? Is connected to one of this issue you have taken for the fishes wheel, isn't it? Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah,
So
the
one of the
human.
emerging issues, so the lack of human empathy.
Yeah.
When because they are spending too much time with AI and so on. So
Okay.
Sorry lah.
Digitalness is overwhelming. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Encik Fitri and the group. And maybe from Dr. Ahmad's and Dr. Juliana's members, you would like to highlight anything? And this Ustazah AI, we were talking just now, I was talking with Dr. Fadlina. One question is, why Ustazah?
Yeah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, actually, I also don't know what it's Ustazah, but it's actually an emerging TikTok account that when I checked, it has around 1.2 million followers.
Oh,
So
okay.
so basically, this one Ustazah, they said as Ustazah, giving fatwa and whatnot. But currently, the profile itself is locked. So I'm not actually aware about this. I just got to know about this from the students just now. So about this Ustazah AI, and then I wanted to know deeper about this video, this account and all. Tapi dia dah ni lah lock lah kan.
Tak ada dah.
Yeah, but it's actually just Ustazah giving, Islamic ruling, bagi hukum, and then recite Quran. Sometimes when even the tajwid is not correct and whatnot. But yelah, this account got around 1.2 million followers, so it's really macam concerning lah. Kan? So what if, the Gen Zs, I mean, overall, basically just refer to this particular Ustazah in regards to any Islamic ruling. So it will be quite, it's very concerning lah. So you
Mungkin
can.
juga ini bukan orang betul pun, mungkin dia AI saja
Yes,
kan?
yes, it is AI actually.
AI, okay.
Yes, it's purely AI. So that's why lah.
So in the past we were talking about instant ustaz, instant ustazah. Now it's AI ustaz or ustazah.
Yeah.
Interesting they use ustazah as as the character. Okay, Dr. Ahmad's group, anyone from the group? This one, let's see what here. Okay, this one is also full, yeah. Halal investment platforms. Okay. Okay, tak apa kalau tak ada. Okay, dah terang. Okay, kita tengok Dr. Prof. Noritas punya group.
Tak kot doktor dia have problem with the some
The
technical
line.
issue.
This is interesting. E-waste.
So tak ada masuk
Okay, tak apa, kita tengok ni e-waste. E-waste is an issue. Okay. Okay, tak apa kita skip Okay, so thank you very much for the exercise just now. At least you have a taste on how to do this, and especially if you see certain issues emerging, then you would want to explore further what would be the impact of those emerging issues. You can use this futures wheel for you to explore. All right, so we're
Dr.
going to
Fadilah,
yeah,
Dr. Fadilah,
sila.
can I add one more thing?
Dr. Ahmad, sila.
For my group, although it's not a future will, but I want to mention because just now I just discussed with Dr. Azmi on this trend. Looking on my task 3, the point is on the data center. Maybe we need to get a whole the topic on this. For example, we're talking about opening data center in Malaysia, right? So when we're talking about opening data center in Malaysia, so I think this is a very good opportunity for Malaysia for investment, for employment, and for high wages works for Malaysians. However, when we see back also the challenges, we see on the side of what will happen if data center open close to the vicinity of human situated, meaning that close for recently in Nilai we got also one Nilai Impian will open in Nilai Impian data center.
Yeah, just in front of my friend's house.
In Laman Azalia, right? So Tasik Ujana tu. However, when we see that also what happening in especially in America, a big group of people when they open the data center, they boycott and want to they don't want the data center be there. Why? So first of all, is like the sound pollution.
Okay, yeah.
The sound pollution, they always in 24 hours will open for the exhaust fan and it will be very very
Noisy.
noisy to hear.
Mm.
So people who stay there will always hear and also maybe disturbed by that sound pollution.
Yeah. Not to mention
So
it's a military target as well, isn't it?
yes, of course. We also talk with like Pranita in concern is like data sovereignty. So people will store our data, our local data, especially we concern with the government data, our own data in a global data center, which binded by the global policy, not a local government policy.
Yeah.
But another things yang maybe we need to also to concern about if a data center open in one places, the two big crisis will happen is about the water and electricity. So
Yeah.
if USIM
Water, you're right.
previously 10 years back,
Mm.
sometimes in Lilai, they always have like electric breakdown.
Yes. And then no
So
water.
no water. So if data center is open, maybe it could be a emerging crisis even for Nilai for the water and electricity. So this very concern for us. Maybe we need to have a compromise how to do this. We just accepting 100% or we need to compromise with the data center what they could do
That one,
in Nilai.
another issue is about foreign data centers, and then the one that we want to build our own. But we still need it, do we? We still need it,
Yes,
right?
we still
Yeah,
need our own
we
data
need
center.
it.
Yes.
Okay, all right. But this one, the issue is the issue of water. I heard there's a lot of usage of water to make it run.
Yeah, to cool down the servers.
Cool down the server. Okay. What about this faith tech boom? We were guessing what this was. Is it something to test how much faith you have?
Meaning the faith is like technological. For example, Ustazah AI. For example,
Okay. Oh,
we
yeah.
use our chat for asking about fatwas and everything. So we need
Okay.
some compromise also on that, accepting and also what we're not accepting. So it's a boom right now. People are disengaged from local authorities for our muftis and everything. So maybe we just need to back. Also, we need to have a progression for our time, and also we need to have some element what we want to protect.
You're right. You're right. So especially it's a big disruption, especially in Malaysia, because Malaysia is very, very regulated in terms of religion. Okay, so this is something we need to tackle more on educating as well the public, isn't it? Okay. All right. So okay, we're gonna move to the next one, which is well, I think it's gonna be your last two works to do. So this one is about future scenario. Future scenario is a method introduced by Professor Sohail Inayatullah, and it is a very interesting one. I really like it. At least if I came back from future studies workshop, I think at the first time I attended, I think that was one of the thing that really sticks in my mind, that the future is not one, it's not singular. There are alternative futures. That means you can imagine the future, it can be in many ways. But basically, at least here, there are four different types of futures. One is the future that you really want, the preferred future. Okay. The second one is the future that you do not want. You have to also be able to imagine what kind of future that you do not want. How does it look like? Normally we don't want to think about this. Kita takut dia tebu. Kalau kita cakap pun kita rasa nanti tebu. Jangan cakap macam tu lah. Kita tahu kan orang tua kata, jangan cakap lah macam ni. Tak elok lah, tak baik. Shoot. Kita kan semua shoot semua tak cakap kan. Tapi sebenarnya memikirkan tentang masa hadapan yang alternatif yang tidak diinginkan itu adalah penting supaya kita mempunyai keupayaan yang sama untuk mengelaknya. So masa hadapan yang di antara keduanya, so sometimes you can't achieve your preferred future, but you can find somewhere near to it that you can integrate or you can adapt. And there is this another one, masa hadapan yang di luar daripada andaian. It is outside your projection. Okay, for example, this is an example that I think everyone can relate. If you want to sit for exam, if you study hard, you will succeed in your exam. That's the normal route for those who are successful. Is because they are hardworking. Okay. Or if you do not study, then normally you will not be doing well in your exam. Okay, it's just like that. Okay, but if there is something else happening, which is outside your prediction or outside your anticipation, okay, say for example there was an accident that occurred, or COVID, everything is disrupted, exam got cancelled, then totally that's a different scenario. Okay, so this is a simple example. In our in our world, COVID was an outlier to many things. We suddenly saw everything got shut down, and we were not able to go to the market, to the mall, to the shop to buy food, and everything was really outside the ordinary way of the ordinary line of our normal life. Okay, so because of that, so many things have changed. Okay, all right. So here I've put here there are 4 scenarios for you to fit in. The best case scenario, worst case scenario, business as usual. Okay, just now I put adaptive future, but this one I put here business as usual. If you do not do anything, what would happen? The outlier is if something outside the box or something weird occur or strange, then there would be a possibility of another scenario. So this is also called as the scenario exercise, a future scenario. So one example here, which I would like to show you, is talking about environment. My best case scenario, okay, normally when we think about what is the preferred world for you in terms of the beauty of the world. Okay, you might come to you the vision of the image of greenery, water which is blue. In Quran, there are a lot of mentioning about how the paradise will be. Okay, how the trees are big and shade. You have shade under it. You can run miles under it, under the shade. Everything is beautiful. The water. So yeah, that's another dimension. We talk about Islamic futures. We have already that training in our mind to think about what is the best scenario, the best kind of akhirah stage that we want to be. Okay, so in here, in environment, for example, I would want the world to be green. Perhaps as green as 1970, where at least, okay, where globalization was not as bad as today. So at least realistically, I want to be able to play behind rumah my toki ada air sungai yang macam, tapi sekarang dah tak ada dah. Okay, for example. So that is ciri-ciri masa depan yang kita inginkan. We want the air is clean as back as 1970, for example. And then you want everyone to cooperate because we have this understanding, we share this earth. The worst case scenario is like this. This is so bad. We do not want to imagine at all, but you cannot breathe anything. The world is hot. There's nowhere. There is safe heat, no oxygen, no water. And we have this constant fight for water. The third one is if you do not do anything, you will face banjir every time. End of year in Malaysia is a little bit quiet these days about flood, but when it comes, I mean, you cannot plan your journey. Is in the past it was only Terengganu or Kelantan having banjir, but here in Malaysia, Melaka pun dah banjir. Okay, outlier. In the future, for example, you imagine that human found new space in space, and then because of the technology, human think, okay, let's clean the earth, let's put all the rubbish outside, the debris in the space. So home in space. So you want to have a home in space, and where people have already commercialized space for private tour and etc. So these are among the future scenarios that you can build. It looks very random, but this is a very good exercise for us to think about the probabilities. Okay, so this is number 1. Number 2, exercise number 2 is the CLA. This is the one which I've mentioned to you, which is something that I think the fraternity of future studies value a lot, because to me, even in the legal field, I use this because the problems that occur you see every day, they are not isolated issues. Okay, I give you an example. You see traffic jam every day. You read the surat khabar, it says long queues. Okay, jam, macam jam dari bila berlakunya hari raya, jam, road congestion. Then ataupun you see people coming late to work and there's public complaints. And then, of course, that is the problem. But we normally treat that as no, it's just a problem. It's a day-to-day problem, a litany, a day-to-day news heading. But we rarely look at what causes it. So if we look deeply at what causes it, that is what we call as the systems or causes or system. There are systemic reasons why traffic occur. Okay, for example, the reason is because we perhaps of our urbanization, our planning, our urban planning, or maybe because of poor transport, public transport, that people do not rely on public transport, or maybe because it's easy to get cars in Malaysia, or it's easy to get loans, yeah, and then or maybe because people are in that many growth of people and others causes that we can think about, or maybe because of our work time office. Everyone works at 8 to 9, heading to KL the same way. Can that be addressed? Okay, I mean, we eventually found a way to address it when companies started to introduce flexible working hours. Okay, all right. So another step that is also important for us to understand the problems that we see around us is by studying the worldview. What is the worldview of us that makes it happen? Okay, for example, we in Malaysia, we feel that yeah, driving is more convenient. Everyone who has work will automatically buy a car. It's normal. You dah kerja, expectation you mesti you ada kereta kan, ataupun memiliki kereta tu adalah satu tanda kejayaan. Probably we have this worldview because in Malaysia, our worldview, our decision to buy a car is not a difficult decision. I mean, it's just natural for a person yang dah kerja pergi terus beli kereta. Probably different from working class outside. The metaphor and myth is also influencing certain problems. Okay, for example, you say the myth macam kebebasan, okay, kereta tu adalah kebebasan, or every family deserves a car. The problem, there is a problem of cars around, so but your understanding of solution to it is make bigger roads. It's not reducing cars. Okay, what is the myth or metaphor? Okay, for another example is I've given just to show. Sometimes you have an image in your mind about certain matters. Okay, for example, when you talk about immigrants in Malaysia, mereka tu pendatang, then you start imagine, like right now are the issues of Rohingya. Okay, sometimes people are likening them to something. Okay, so that is very dangerous if you talk about racial discrimination, because the way you see, if you liken something with, for example, an animal or something which you do not like, then your behavior towards it will also be influencing towards how you treat that image in your mind. Okay, so causal layer analysis ini adalah satu kaedah untuk memahami dengan lebih dalam mengenai satu perkara. So kita ada 4 dimensi. So biasanya kita nampak yang di atas itu adalah problems, tetapi sebenarnya isunya di bawah itu adalah lebih mendalam. So in order for you to change for the future, for the betterment, you don't only change the problem. You cannot change the problem without changing the causes. You cannot change it without changing perhaps your worldview or the metaphor, whatever you have in your mind. Okay, so this is what I how we try to explain this. Okay, berita, litany is normally the news that you read from the newspaper. And then systems, worldview and metaphor lazimnya tertanam dalam emosi dan tidak disedari, sukar untuk diperihalkan dengan perkataan, lebih mudah dibayangkan menggunakan image, contohnya image object. Okay, macam tu orang panggil orang, Debab mai sini, okay, kan panggillah nama orang tu tak, tapi kita just bagi tahu objek. Itu menyebabkan that's something just for a joke, but metaphors. Okay, just to tell you, in Quran there are a lot of metaphors which is being used. It is also to help understanding. Metaphors can be nice. For example, in the Quran it says words, which good words. Kalimah tayyibah is like a tree, right? In a tree which the root is very firmly steadfast, and the akar and the branch, also booming. Okay, so that is also a metaphor for us to understand, because human understand better by metaphor. And also that is also relating to our subconscious mind. Okay, that is why we also have to train our subconscious mind to be pleasant. Okay, all right, so these are some of the examples that we have used. In this was in terms of youth leaders at that time. Syed Saddiq was not yet a parliament member at that time, so he was very very young. He was at that time facing the seniors in the political Malaysian politics. So this was actually one of the news that we have taken. Okay. Or this they made up. Okay, but there were news also related to Syed Saddiq and the younger ones yang kata listen, I think that was at one time. So pemimpin muda budak hingusan. Ya betul, memang betul. Syed Saddiq merengek macam budak hingusan. This was what really happened in the past a few years. Why does this happen? This is because in our system, it is seniority basis. Normally, younger ones do not elevate to his level. Okay, at that time, the patriarchal system. Okay, the worldview was that children should be seen and not heard. Okay, and the metaphor is that they gave us some metaphor. So you're telling me, I don't know how they put it, but this is what came to their mind when they explained this. And in order to change for a better future, you have to also imagine what would be the litany of the future. If now you say pemimpin muda budak hingusan, in the future you want Malaysia melantik Perdana Menteri ke-15 termuda dalam sejarah. Okay, in the past few years we had the tertua kan in dalam sejarah, but we want yang termuda, and leadership positions are based on merit and performance, not seniority. Okay, and then the worldview, this group wanted the worldview to change, because we already had this worldview in Islamic history, in which Usama bin Zaid, who was very young, was given a big task by Prophet Muhammad SAW. Okay, and this was the metaphor that they have given. Okay, just one more example. Berita hari ini, more dolphins die due to pollution. Okay, you read the newspaper, you find that. But you want in the future, dolphins appear at the coast, just like during COVID. Okay, system, because in the system today, even if you litter, no one will take action. Buang sampah tak siapa ambil tindakan, but you want in the future, everyone values cleanliness. It is in the government's top priority. And sudut pandang, kalau you nampak orang buang sampah, macam mana kita selalu berfikir, macam mana cara fikir orang ni kan? Dia boleh buang sampah selamba saja dia merata-rata. Mungkin pemikiran dia begini, dia kata sikit je sampah ni, tak ada efek pun. Bukan, tak ada apa pun. Kita tak boleh terima kita ni seorang yang civic kan. Tetapi kita nak pada masa depan, kita nak kebersihan adalah sebahagian daripada iman. Jadi untuk berubah daripada hari ini ke masa hadapan, kepada masa depan yang lebih baik, dia kadang-kadang memerlukan perubahannya bagaimana. Okay, perubahannya radikal kadang-kadang. Tengoklah pada keadaan, ataupun perubahan yang sedikit atau perubahan yang bagaimana. There are 4 types of change that is introduced. Okay, so yeah. All right, so I think I would leave you to that exercise. We see that one, maybe for 10 minutes, if you can do that, or a little bit more. So going back to the groups, let me see the groups again. Okay. Any questions so far? So you're going to do this and that. Okay, ada persoalan tak? Okay, kalau tak ada. Yes, thank you, Fitri. Alright, so you can move to your groups right now. Okay. Okay. Dr. Azmi, you want to stay here for the discussion? Or Dr. Juice group, you want to stay here for the discussion? One group leave here.
Dr. Jun nak ke? Atau saya?
Dr. Ju is already in the group, I think.
Okay,
You want to stay here?
boleh je.
Okay, alright. You can continue the discussion here.
So guys, please remain here. Anissa and all of my class. Please, yeah, let's do the task number 5. So come on, open your mics and brainstorm with me. Let's go, guys. Okay. So the best case scenario. Best case scenario. What do we have? Best case scenario.
Nak buat yang berkaitan dengan tadi ke? Benda yang ni masa depan apa tadi?
Oh, yang tadi tu yang trends tu ke?
Mana-mana pun boleh. Okay, ni masa depan. Masa depan apa?
Hey guys, do you have any ideas? I mean, I'm trying to not spoon feeding you. Trying my best. Okay, so if you you need some examples for the flow, you can just
Can we ask the example for
yes, please. What do you have in mind, guys? So best case scenario, contoh what we have from Dr. Nufadila is air is clean as back as in the 1700s. Environmental, okay? You could have something, the air was clean before. Worst
How
case
about
scenario.
the AI that you have discussed about the environment, about the water?
Yes. Boleh. Good idea. You may brainstorm on the data centers that we had discussed earlier. So data centers boleh could be a scenario that you can project.
Kita ada option lain ke kalau data center tu? I mean, option data center yang terbaik pada fikiran kita yang bagaimana?
Yeah. This is what we want from you. So yeah, data centers have impacts, negative impacts juga kan, and it has some positive impacts. The positive impacts usually refers to our services is going for full speed kan. There is no interference in the connections of those data. You can use Google services contoh lah, Google or any website services in more efficiently. But the problem is that these data centers are actually set up in a homing environment kan, dekat taman-taman perumahan. So it's next to homes. So what are the best case scenario that you want sebenarnya?
Turning the region into a tech hub.
Turning what?
Turning the region into a tech hub.
Or a specified region lah, you mean? Kan?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, put it down. Tulis je. So as we go, there's no wrong answers. It's just brainstorming ideas, guys. Just letak je. I mean, you have any ideas, masukkan terus. Put up some sticky notes. Yes, you may put inside specified regions.
Yeah.
Specified specialized regions for those facilities. Boleh?
Okay.
Okay. Good. Okay. Tak je.
Okay, baik.
Okay. So if you look at business as usual is what happens if you just go with the flow, kan? So if these facilities is still inside your neighborhoods. So inside your neighborhoods there are these data centers. So what's going to be the effect of that if you go and ignore everything that is happening? Business as usual lah. So kalau if you be ignorant about it, so what is actually going to happen, kan? So we've talked about tadi, and so you may remember it. Business as usual. Okay, you won't have clear plans. Okay, so this neighborhood won't be as systematic as it should be lah. And okay, okay,
Yeah.
and as the data center as per discussed, boleh brainstorm more. There are electricity problems, water problems, and this sound pollution. So other than that, boleh letak juga yang tadi.
Can you have a data center without using water?
I think it's time for sebenarnya it's time for more efficient use of these servers lah kan. If they want to be more advanced, there should be by time lah. I think by time there should be an advanced efficiency in using all these servers. Mungkin cooling
Tapi tak pakai air.
kan mungkin cooling yang tak perlu air ataupun mungkin guna gas ke ataupun macam air conditioning punya gas tu kan. So it won't use any power of water cooling. Maybe it uses something else. But we have a very interesting situation in China. They started using building up these data centers at the sea, dekat pesisiran perairan.
Bawah kan,
So,
they have to really go down to have a lower climate kan.
tapi dia macam it's floating like on top of a boat yang besar, macam inilah container boats itu kan. And dia guna air inilah, it will use water from the sea.
Okay.
So it's basically not disrupting or disturbing any population dekat situ because there are no one living there. And it's much more secluded and terpencil lah di pesisiran pantai. So I think one of the solutions maybe.
Ya, kalau guna solar energy,
Solar boleh, cuma mungkin
energy.
it's not that advanced yet kot maybe untuk power up. Boleh lah. I mean, it's a good idea to help them more, be more efficient in that. So they need to be more emphasized and expanding on the technology juga. So I think, it takes time lah. It takes time. It will take more time to be more efficient. I think masalah sound dekat kipas kan, there should be, in maybe 5 or 10 years, maybe there will be a silent fan operating more silently kan. So yeah, it's a matter that they want to tackle, but by time lah, by time. So it's a solution that they need to expand more.
Okay, ini satu part World War 3 pula, worst case scenario. Menarik ni, macam mana cerita sikit?
Itulah, boleh share. Poor uptake by people, World War 2, 3. Wow.
World War 3. Okay, boleh cerita sikit siapa yang tulis ni?
Siapa yang tulis, guys? Boleh ni? Come on, give some give inputs, verbal inputs.
Poor uptake. Okay, it's very active. You're active writing. Success in making sales in business. Okay, so yes, there is a possibility of that. Yeah, it has become a target because you're holding information. Data is the currency, right?
Okay.
Okay, I think I would like to invite another group up here to the main. Maybe you can go to your group, that's me.
Okay.
Yeah. This group is already gone to causal analysis. Okay. Mari, The emergence of cross-disciplinary degree programs. Interesting.
Dr. Fadila, tadi macam mana doktor kata dekat grup untuk saya?
Okay. Kalau grup boleh keluar masuk kat dalam main group ni, boleh bincang sambil present kot, senang cerita.
Okay.
Okay,
Nanti saya panggil dia orang keluar.
boleh.
Okay. Macam mana doktor nak present terus ke? Boleh?
Boleh juga. Boleh ke?
Ah,
What happened? What did you do for the future scenarios punya group?
boleh doktor ke bawah ke sikit, saya tak apa nak nampak.
Student tu bertanya siapa yang yang
Siapa saya nak suruh? Nur Ain, boleh tak? Nur Ain Syuhada. Bismillah.
Yes, doctor.
Can you please explain a little bit on what we had already done for future scenarios?
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay.
Our group discussed about stable geopolitics, which is about best case scenario. So as you can see here, we talk about world peace that happened yet connected to a worst case scenario, which is massive genocide, World War III, and some of them that happens in the past, such as kejatuhan Khalifah Utsmaniyah. So on other side, the best case scenario, which is pemerintah Islam menguasai dunia, because we know that in the past, such as Constantinople, can be a greatest history Islam on that time. So it based connected lah to a leader, and then outlier, which is plan Islamism, which is now what we call a gerakan that happen nowadays and these days, and business as usual about political and economic, which is our world right now have a lot of mistakenly understood on political and some of economics that happen that give a bad impact to our world. So that's all.
Okay. Saya tengok kat sini So maknanya masa depan is for the future of the world. Yeah, world peace, isn't it?
Yes, that's the best case scenario.
Okay. So
Having geopolitics.
So if we leave it as it is, we are nowhere. You say the perebutan kuasa politik, economic instability. Okay, that's a fair observation of the future. Okay, and it's interesting here the group talk about marriage institution.
Correct.
Okay, ini dah ready ke?
Yeah, I think okay juga tu. Anyone wanted to volunteer from my group, insyaAllah? Saya pun dah lupa dah tadi. Safiur Rahman ada tak? Ataupun Bahira ke?
Kita tak jumpa fizikal kan. Kalau yang lepas tu kita buat hybrid, kita boleh masuk dalam group discussion tu. And then see the discussion.
Okay.
Just
Okay, bismillah.
It's me.
Yeah.
Just story about worldview, right? Or just that.
Sophie, okay, Sophie.
Yeah.
About worldview,
Just begin from litany and then just explain a little bit and all that. Litany apa? Litany macam problem kan? Sophie. Bismillah.
At the part of litany, firstly, at the cleaning marriage institution. It's idea from my other's friend.
Yeah.
And second, the decline of Qawam
Man.
men. The
That's a
lost
problem.
lost of the
Yeah.
the Qawam, الرجال قوام على النساء. About the power of men, like leadership.
Yeah.
And kadar perkahwinan menurun. And
Okay.
also have mengutamakan kejayaan.
Okay.
And for the system, like high cost of living, maybe from the aspect of economy, like that. And some others say menganggap perceraian itu biasa dan normal. Like so many happen right now in what my current situation
Yeah.
and keadaan kewangan pada masa kini like a high cost of living.
Yeah.
After that, mental pasangan tidak terjaga, like mental health problem. And then mengambil mudah dalam bab perkahwinan. I'm not sure about that. Maybe for aspect the parent aspect to teach their children. After that, for the work view, mungkin this aspect of ideology about maybe feminism, tuntutan sama rata hak. But in Islam, we are not same. The apa, aspect men have the ada peranan masing-masing, perempuan ada peranan tertentu, tidak sama lah.
Yeah, betul.
Saling melengkapi kan. Kemudian sikap individualistic and after that career is more important than marriage. Some
I
of
think for individualistic and career is more important than marriage ni macam go on the system kot. So macam worldview tadi actually we are still working on it because we wanted to put Quranic verse and also hadith about what's supposed to be the Islamic worldview on marriage kan. So tadi macam tak sempat sikit lah.
So dia okay, ini adalah yang keadaan sekarang. The next part here saya pun tak tulis kat sini kalau the future punya CLA dia macam mana. So worldview tu yang future tu kita ubahlah yang ke arah Islamic punya worldview kan,
Okay.
macam gitu. Okay, so maknanya worldview sekarang individualistic lah, betul kan?
Betul.
Sifat betul lah. So okay, alright. Bawah metafor.
for metaphor, ada friends like that kalau kahwin tapi tak bahagia buat apa.
Oh,
So
dia macam
not clear about the vision
Ni.
of why we must do marriage.
betul juga. Okay, lagi.
This aspect what maybe knowledge
Hmm.
Islamic knowledge. After that lebih baik single daripada cerai. And after that what's that? No
Then lagi.
fadilah hide that.
Oh.
Okay. Inability to take off children.
Dan sekarang ada apa trend child free
Yes. That's the term
Yeah.
child free kan.
child free.
Maybe they're tired to take care of their children. After
Fikirkan.
that fikir diri sendiri lebih baik daripada fikirkan orang lain.
Okay.
So like miss of the understanding of Islam in marriage. The importance of the sunnah of marriage is lost in their mind.
Okay, alright. So dah berjaya gali lah tu. Maknanya daripada awalnya kita tengok tak ramai orang kahwin kan. Bukan sebab isu tak ada jodoh tu, tapi memang saja yang pilihan yang memang tak nak kahwin. Lepas tu and then mungkin the quality of our youth yang sampai ke umur kahwin tapi kualiti kawam tu tak macam orang dulu kan, betul tak?
Betul.
Mengutamakan kejayaan mungkin itu desakan sekarang Okay, menarik. Boleh lah continue, you guys continue.
Okay, we continue first Doktor.
Thank you, yeah.
Alright, thank you. So guys, let's go back to the breakout room. Kejap we fulfill yang the rest insyaAllah.
Okay. Okay. Prof, are you around?
Yes.
Yeah, Prof. Okay, just I want you to share something, anything that you think from our activities today. Perhaps there are students out there who can, can listen from you, the students outside the group.
Okay.
Uh-uh.
I think it's good that there's a lot of discussions about the issues related with technology. Cuma from my point of view lah, sometimes when we talk about the problem with technology,
Yeah.
we have the tendency that the one who would solve that problem is other people.
Betul.
So, who is the one who have the Islamic worldview? Okay, who actually the one who understand the problem from the lens of Islam? So, if we think we are the one who understand, then we should come up with a solution,
Yeah.
rather than blaming the situation, blaming the whatever is the problem. But I think we should take a stand that we need to come up with a solution. So what should be the solution? For example, we talk about just now about water and this. So how would scientists or technologists from that have an Islamic worldview would solve that problem?
Yeah.
Something like that. And that's how we have to learn from other people. So my experience with, I attended a workshop on AI, and there was a presentation from from somebody from South America. So rather than use the same cloud technology and you have the same problem with water and so on, so they go into another solution, which
Yeah,
is
because we are our solution is still within the problem, isn't it?
yes. So he moved out, and he so they went in because we want to use only for our purpose.
Yeah.
So he introduced edge computing. So edge computing does not use cloud. Then you don't have problem with these data centers or waters and so on.
Okay.
So even though the solution is small, but it will be able, he will able to duplicate, and expand, the edge computing expanded. So, sometimes we have to look some other alternative, and I think that this is what is my hope, that the role of our students from USIM to take this orang kata frontliner lah kan, at the forefront, thinking of a solution that could solve all this problem, rather than just pointing this is a problem, this is a problem. You have Ustazah AI, then Ustazah yang tak AI ni buat apa?
Betul juga.
So look for solutions. Itu saya punya ni lah, my view on this.
Okay, menarik. Prof mention tadi kalau cloud tadi maksudnya kalau tak pakai air apa semua, you boleh guna benda lain. Satellite ke macam tu? Tak dengar, Prof.
Dia is an alternative technology. Dia tak pakai cloud. Dia macam cloud versus edge computing.
Edge computing. Oh.
Dia panggil EDGE. So edge computing ni maknanya whatever, dan dia lebih selamat in terms of security, dia lebih selamat sebab dia punya processing dan sebagainya sangat localized. So macam cloud ni kan, kita sebab itu isu data sovereignty timbul.
Yeah.
Sebab kita pinjam teknologi orang, kita letak data kita dekat orang, tapi we don't have ownership dengan data tu. So you have to rent the space, and then if you want that data, you have to pay a certain amount and things like that. So dia melanggar dari sudut data protection tu kan. Kita tak ada. So that's why the United Nations now is a very active discussion on data sovereignty, AI sovereignty, and we would like to encourage countries like Malaysia, India, all this apa dipanggil global south kan. To think of a local solution. Kita kena fikir teknologi kita. Jangan asyik fikir nak tumpang Google, nak tumpang Nvidia, nak tumpang so we are so dependent on the foreign technology, and yet we have so many talents.
Yeah.
So now kita macam advocate lah supaya negara-negara global south ni think of our own solution
Buka
rather
sendiri.
depend on foreign.
Ya. Okay. Itulah
Sebab
kita
foreign technology ni pun mahal lagi pun. Kan?
semuanya atas nama kerjasama, lalu kita pun tak ada develop sendiri kan, dan kita tak bina
We are very
desakan.
dependent. We are still kita masih dijajah sekarang ni dalam bentuk teknologi.
Okay, menarik Prof. Grup Prof dah settle ke? Kita keluar semualah, kita boleh selesai awal.
Sebab saya pun tak boleh masuk.
Oh, tak boleh masuk, okay.
Saya lepas tu, tapi dia orang kata they already got their microbot lah. So mungkin rasa ni saya akan tengok dengan dia orang.
Nampak dia orang dah start buat
Tapi
juga.
saya cakap dia orang kalau dia nak present, just feel free to present.
Ya, boleh keluar je terus. Okay, alright. So what is important here is kita just nak bagi dia orang try je kan.
Tu ada nampaknya tu?
Ada yang tengah buat ni.
So boleh call out je lah kalau ada nama dia orang.
Syakila boleh tak minta grup Pramodita keluar? Ataupun you can call everyone out lah. Kita nak conclude juga. Kita nak pergi terus kepada
Grup saya boleh siapa cuba tengok nama tu tadi, panggil je nama tu salah seorang. Dia ada tulis nama tu.
Kat nama sini ni. Okay. Tapi kot dia orang kat dalam grup tak dengar ke? Afika Airudin. Afika, try Afika.
Grup Afika, anyone? Boleh, maybe you want to present?
Masuk. Yang lain.
Ni.
Okay, sila. Afika, yeah.
Untuk
Is
group
that you?
kami,
Yeah.
yes. For our group, we thought that we decided that best case scenario is we will have zero emission cities, which is the future will have fully integrated public transit. And
again, public transit again, fully integrated
public transit, which is there is no vehicles will useful anymore. They all rely to electricity. And but for the outlier, the unexpected, maybe like even right now, people in China already have robot spouse.
Yeah.
They are not marrying human anymore. So maybe in the future, the birth rate will be low because people will be married to robot.
Okay, yeah. So if that is the norm, then that is the outlier. We do not want that to happen. Outlier can also be positive, but the one that you've mentioned is a negative example. Okay, continue.
And for the business as usual, we also put a negative, which is too much rely on smart tech, which is it will decrease human on everyday manual skills.
You're right. Even to make decision, we are very lazy today. We just because we are used to asking. Yeah. Good. Even if you drive, right? You use the navigation system. Can you drive without the navigation
it's
system?
easier, but the manual skill is worsened.
Okay.
Okay, for the last one,
For the worst case scenario, the countries around the world will have the extreme wars to fight for remaining sources, because I believe in the future the original sources will be very low.
Okay, depleted.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
anything
all
else?
from us.
What about this real and fake becomes undetectable?
Such as right now, we also cannot differ the originality of what we see on the online, such as AI, deepfake. So in the future, maybe the worst that could happen, like hologram, that we cannot differ the reality and the fake.
Yeah. Are you positive about the future? If you look at these four, do you think our future is bright or our future is bleak?
The future is bright if we know how to control it.
Okay.
But as if I see right now, I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. So you think we still have a lot to do in order to
Yeah.
reach our best case scenario? Or are we at least near to it, going progressively towards it? Do you think there are signs?
I think that depends on individuality, because as for us, I want to the future become more brighter, like we use the technology in the right way. But
Yeah.
we know if we can see that right now people too depends on it. Uh, Sampai kan diorang tak tahu apa yang diorang guna tu.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Tell us your experience when doing this. Senang ke susah?
When we do it together, it's easy because we are brainstorming with my group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, alright. So terima kasih kumpulan ni. Okay, kita
Welcome.
buka. Okay, Dr. Ahmad punya kumpulan. Boleh?
I invite Ishak to present.
Okay.
So we got some multiple things, but we focusing on the title about education and job security.
Oh, okay.
Okay. For future scenarios, focusing on education and job security.
Job security.
Yes, job security.
What is job security? There's no job in the future lah.
Employment
rate
availability.
Okay.
Future. So for the best case scenario is free education for all from childcare until university. So student didn't have to pay for the education. It's all sponsored by government. Second, for best case scenario is technology creates quality job. And third, sustainable economic growth and improve quality of life. And for the last point is student gain strong digital and soft skill.
Okay.
Moving on to the outliers. New jobs because space exploration, which is we know NASA and Elon Musk is
It's doing the job for us.
yes.
This is what Prof. Norita mentioned just now.
Space
Let's
exploration.
let's be at the forefront. Yeah, Prof.
Yes.
Okay.
Betul. Don't let him solve our problem. He will not understand the
It's
issue.
future jobs for the future generation. Next, discovery of a revolutionary medical treatment or technology. Because I'm from health industry technology course.
Okay. The
So
new course. So you are in the new course.
yes,
Okay, welcome.
so it create new technology, new improvement in the medical field.
Okay,
That
if you name one health problem that we have in the world today that you can solve by one new technology, what health problem will that be?
currently, as we know, artificial intelligence or AI is expanding their growth in many sector, including medical.
Yeah.
So for current trend, I think machine learning is the future of the medical.
Okay. Machine learning. So they will do the
Yes.
surgery for us.
Yes.
Okay.
Because
So more
the
accurate.
yes accuracy and reduce the workload of the doctors and nurses
Oh,
in hospital,
yeah.
increase the patient flow and so on.
Okay, good. Isn't that
So
something discovery revolutionary? Would that be your best case scenario? Why do you put that as an outlier? Is it something really rare,
yes.
unthinkable? Outlier is normally something unthinkable, but it happens. Do you want to put that in your best case scenario, or you still think that it's an outlier? It can.
Because it have negative and positive impact, so
Okay.
it's in outliers.
Okay. Yeah. Good, right. Okay, carry on.
So we moving on to the next segment, which is business as usual.
Yeah.
AI as tool for student make assignment.
Okay.
So student make
For education.
assignment using AI is currently trending.
Yeah. All right. You cannot resist AI because it's too helpful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's improve the
Yeah.
the task or and time consuming.
Mm-hmm.
For the second one is employers seek skilled graduate. As
Okay.
we
They have.
know,
Yeah.
employers always demanding a skilled graduate.
Mm-hmm. All right. So the business as usual is they are still seeking, is it?
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
always difficult to find. They're seeking.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And the last
Competition
one
for
is
jobs. Yeah.
competition for jobs remains strong. So
Okay.
job competition, if interview have
So
thousand,
that
is
means
only takes 5% or to 10% for the employment.
you like the business as usual. You like it right now because you still have jobs.
Uh, yes.
Okay. All right. Worst case scenario, you got me greater dependence on foreign technology. All right. Okay. Which one of these that you think you want to highlight?
Uh, Greater dependence on foreign technology,
Ah.
because in Malaysia, I think in research and development this is strong, but
Mm-hmm.
for the manufacturer or distributor in Malaysia, we still demanding from the China, from the Germany and Europe
Other
countries.
countries. Yeah. Okay.
We
In
didn't have
terms of
the processing in Malaysia.
free education for all, do you think this is achievable? Have you imagined, can this really happen? I mean, is it possible?
It is possible, I think.
Hmm. Okay, all right. Good, good. Okay, yeah, Dr. Ahmad, anything you want to add from here?
I think that's very good explanation. I think
Good, good.
because I think this topic is actually a main concern for future
Mm.
generation also. So they are very well organized or idea about this topic also,
Mm.
inshallah.
Yeah, okay, all right. Let's go to Fitri, you okay?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I try to simplify the points.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, our term, we choose the term of the unifying the our racial in Malaysia. So for the best case scenario, we wanted to see our racial become completely harmony. So hopefully it will become one single nation and nation that can completely harmony between the Malaysia and Chinese and India and so on. As the worst case scenario, we would like to avoid the violent racial polarization. So as example, we can see that some of the disparage or racial abuse sometimes can become a joke in Malaysia. So we would like to avoid that. And as for the business as usual, the core is the superficial politeness, covering prejudice. So sometimes, yeah, we can see that we can see it along different, even with different races at Mama. But after we go back, we are using the social media to post some racist comment and so on. So yeah, it's kind of like what do you call, like hypocrite, isn't it? So yeah. And as the last one, the outlier, we can see that some of the core of the outlier, that is look really forced. The unity in Malaysia sometimes look really forced because of the disaster, like some of the, maybe because of the floods, maybe because of the government aid, so they need to be unity. So yeah, that's all.
So do we need a crisis before we become become united?
Yeah, maybe Wallahu a'lam. That's one of the force that force the Malaysian to become unit or unified.
So we need one cause, we need one reason. That's what people say. Maybe an alien has to come and attack before we become united. So yeah, so you were trying to say positive peace and negative peace. We are peaceful, but we really depend on the law. If you take out the law, there's no guarantee. So that is also not a good situation for us as a country. So thank you. That's a clear one. You want to talk about this one quickly?
Yeah, I would like to pass to apa nama dia ni? Iman eh? So are you there? Alright. Okay.
Iman.
Okay. So let me continue to task 6. Okay. You can Doctor, you can hear my voice clearly, right?
Yeah, I can hear you very
Okay.
clear.
Okay, so about the causal layer analysis. Okay, the first one is about social media racial vitriol. So it can be a minor road accident between different races goes viral on TikTok. So it immediately turning into an aggressive comment war filled with racial slurs. Okay. So, and the second one is siloed vernacular schooling. Okay, for vernacular schooling, the effect is children will grow up within parallel educational tracks, such as SJKC and SJKT, meaning they rarely interact across ethnic lines until adulthood. So when they become adults, so it's a bit hard to communicate with different
races.
Yeah, different races. Okay, so the third one is zero sum. The deep belief that another ethnic group's economic gain or cultural celebration inherently means a loss or threat to one's own community. And the last one is the fragile glass house.
That's a good metaphor.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't read it. Okay. The unconscious generational fear the ethnic peace in Malaysia is artificial and so fragile that any honest discussion about race will instantly break it.
Oh my goodness, so accurate. Thank you for that. Okay, now what I see is all the points that you put over here. I think I can move it for you. Put it this side because it is an extension of your explanation of this side. So your litany is okay. Can you give me an example of a surat khabar punya news about this? Melayu dipukul
I have one. Apa lagi Cina mahu?
Gitu. Macam tu lah.
Kan, before ni ada.
Betul. Lagi? Macam tu lah kan, yang langgar, mabuk lah, siapa semua tu kan. Okay, so ini you sebut ni sistem ni yang menyebabkan kita jadi tak harmoni, zero sum worldview. Okay, for example, and now you have to also make a mirror of it for the future. This is the current one. We do not want to stop here. Macam tadi Prof. Norita kata, kita dah tahu masalah kan. Tapi macam mana kita nak berubah tu. So in the future, okay, katakan bagi contoh sikit, apakah litany surat khabar in the future? What we want basically. Tiga
I'm sorry,
bahasa.
Doctor.
Apa dia
Can
contoh?
you repeat the question?
Macam mana kita contoh headline, newspaper headline for the future, which is the opposite of this. Ali, Mutu and Raju bantu membantu apa benda lah kan? Something like that.
Macam baru-baru ni kan ada apa? Yang isu apa?
Hmm.
Abang minyak tu apa
Betul.
dengan siapa nama saya tak ingat Dik tu.
Okay.
So tu di antara perkara yang kita nak
Kita nak lah positive feeds kan.
di antara dua etnik yang berbeza tapi
Okay, betul. Yelah, macam tu Okay, lepas tu sistem dia kalau ini sekolah begini mungkin something to do with sekolah kan, that we can change. Okay, worldview pula, kita kat sini kita kata believe that other ethnic groups economic gain means a loss to another. Okay, so this one zero sum. Worldview masa depan, okay, apa agaknya? Kalau ni zero sum, sini win-win lah. Kan, so we want win-win, manfaat untuk semua, kita berbaik pun tak ada masalah, everyone will reap the benefit. And then yeah, maybe you can think about the metaphor. Metaphor here is fabulous, fragile glass house. In the future, it's not glass anymore, maybe it's a stronger thing, isn't it? Okay, a solid something. So that could be how to use metaphor. Okay, thank you very much. All right, anyone wants to just share before we conclude this exercise? Okay, Dr. Juliana, nak habiskan tadi kan, ada sikit lagi yang tak habis tadi.
Boleh sikit. We'll try insyaAllah. So just now I already presented to Dr. Fadila about the declining marriage institution. So what we would like to see in the future is first the increase of Qawwam men. So previously we said the decline of Qawwam men. So we can say balance, someone who have balance between life and career, not only prioritizing the career, and also the marriage punya statistic increasing lah kan. Then apart from that, for the system, affordability to have a family, because some right now we are having high cost of living, but I'm not sure. But I don't think that the cost of living will get lower, meaning will reduce and all. But at least we should be able to afford the family lah. Yeah. And then apart from that is good mental health for both men and women. So both should know how to express their feelings. Because you see, for example, one of the reasons about the currently we are having crisis in terms of men being a provider, to the extent that the government themselves do this. They have the thought to have men empowerment punya idea lah. So this is quite recent. So selama ni kita buat woman empowerment, right? But we forgot to empower our men. So how they should be a provider, whatnot, not only provider lah, but also in terms of emotional stability juga. Because we see the men ni, they have I mean among those who commit suicide kan banyak daripada lelaki. So we wanted them to be safe in expressing their their feelings without them being called as, you are such a fragile man and whatnot. So we are hoping that will happen lah. So everyone is like knows how to navigate their feelings and whatnot. So
Maybe is it because women are so empowered that they they become the predator lah.
Yeah, maybe yes.
Apa
Sorry?
dia?
Men are afraid of women nowadays.
Kan ni macam woman becoming more masculine and a man becoming more feminine, that kind of ni lah kan, maybe pencanggahan this and all kan. So for the worldview, so we insert our worldview lah. For example, Allah created humans in pairs. Lengkap ni hadis, lengkap separuh agama bagi siapa yang berkahwin. Focus success in the world and hereafter. So bertolak ansur antara dua-dua pihak. Even it's okay if both are working, but they need to know how to navigate their marriage lah. So in term of chores and whatnot kan.
Ya, betul.
Tu.
Okay,
So
bagus
yeah.
Apa dia? Siapa yang cakap ni?
Okay kot.
Okay. Ini baguslah sebab kita bila kita ada worldview ni terus kita reflect Quranic verses. That means it's something natural lah dalam Muslim punya thinking. Ini yang mungkin orang lain tak ada, tapi orang Islam ada ni. Dari segi worldview kita strong. Okay, thank you very much. Saya rasa dah dapat gambaran lah macam mana nak buat causal analysis ni. Boleh digunakan untuk memahami semua benda. Kalau macam ada isu-isu yang perlu kita beri pandangan, in fact kalau nak buat artikel pun saya rasa banyak boleh digunakan ni. So kita jadi kita jadi macam luas lah cara kita nak kupas sesuatu perkara tu lah, kita tak tengok surface lah kan. Alright. So itu sahaja di bahagian causal layer analysis dan juga future scenario. Kalau dalam situasi sebenar bengkel yang betul-betul ada orang guna benda-benda ni memang betul-betul untuk institusi lah, dan they take a lot of time to discuss and deepen each of the points. And the most important part for institutions especially is backcasting, because when they know what they want to be in the future, for example USIM as an institution which promotes integration of nakli akli, or businesses to do something, the objective of the institution. So what they normally do is they do backcasting is to think about the future first and then go back to the past to see what should I do in order to achieve this. Okay, so kaedah backcasting ini melibatkan perancangan yang bermula daripada titik destinasi. You start from the beginning, you start from the end, and then you go back to now. So ini digunakan untuk mengenal pasti tindakan atau peristiwa major events yang mesti berlaku, that have to happen in order for you to realize the future, the preferred future. Okay, so begin with the end in mind. What do I do to achieve this vision and move step by step to the preferred future? This is one which we have done for Muslim Leader 2077. We did 2022 to 2077 because this was the anniversary of the Hijrah calendar of Islamic achievement. Okay, this was done at UIA. Okay, so Muslim leaders, what we want is in the future of 2077, we have Muslim leaders in important fields, in every field. You name it. If you have STEEP as science, technology, economy, politics, you can easily name Muslims as referred people. Okay, and you want them to be from Malaysia. You're talking about Malaysia's vision, so you want them to be from Malaysia, having instrumental roles. So before that to happen, you go 2070. You need to build the country first, and with the Malaysian Muslims also being trained towards that. Okay, you already have Muslim leaders that are already playing role in the League of Muslim Youth Leaders. Okay, in 2040, for that to happen, that those were the people who were trained before that in a youth recruitment. Okay, in 2040, it's not yet 2040, now it's 2025. For that to happen, to have young, splendid men, Muslims from Malaysia who have that quality in 2030, they were Muslim youth leaders. Okay, in 2022, they were at universities, and yeah, right now perhaps these people are in the university like everyone of you in 2025. So in order for you yourself, okay, you are 20 years old, 22 years old right now. In 50 years, yeah, 2077 is for you. So that is in order to achieve the qualities of people we want to be instrumental in world, as Prof. Norita said just now, you have to provide solutions, and then you have to work from now. It's 2025. You have 50 years to go until your ripe contribution, basically in 2077. Okay, so that's one thing, backcasting. I think we will not have the time to do that. If you're in an institution, then we would encourage to do it. You can do it for your life. For example, you're 22 years old right now. By your age of 60, for example, what will you achieve? What kind of a person, a Muslim, would you want to be? Okay, pemikiran masa hadapan dan Islam, a little bit on this before we end the session. And I think for this, I would really want some input from my member colleagues here in this group. So dalam Islam ini kita memerlukan satu perubahan cara fikir lah, a new mindset. And this is not something new. Banyak ulama, tokoh yang telah menyebut tentang perkara ini daripada pelbagai zaman lah. Kalau kita lihat, okay, contohnya, okay, yang baru juga lah, kita kata ulama contemporary macam ni Syed Abdul Hasan Al-Nadwi, What Humanity Has Lost with the Decline of Muslims, telah memberikan satu pendedahan lah, yang sebenarnya jika umat Islam itu mundur, banyak yang merugikan dunia. Dunia ni rugi jika umat Islam kita mundur, dan telah pun mundur dan telah pun rugi. Jadi dalam buku Maza Khasir al-Alam Inhitat al-Muslimin, Syed Abu Hasan Ali Nadwi telah mengupas tentang perkara tersebut. Kalau buku lain-lain ni kita perlu ada anjakan sedikit untuk para pelajar, biasakanlah dengan pembacaan walaupun kelihatan sukar, tapi saya harap kesedaran itu datang awal kepada para pelajar sekalian. Baca buku-buku yang bersifat fikrah, yang bersifat berpemikiran, yang menggalakkan kita maju ke hadapan. Okay? Ada buku contohnya Malik bin Nabi. He's a very prominent scholar. He talked about ideas. So he said that a generation or civilization needs new ideas. If you don't have ideas, inilah idea yang bersifat membangun, bersifat madani, bersifat membangunkan umat lah. Kalau tidak, kita akan menjadi biasa sahaja. Kita ada sains, kita ada teknologi, tapi kita tidak ada cara fikir, kita tidak ada dinamika idea baru untuk umat. Maka dia tidak memberi satu perubahan yang baiklah. Kita perlu memposisikan dengan lebih baik lagi. So generasi muda haruslah yang cerdas daya fikirnya, bukan boleh fikir saja tapi cergas dan cerdas, berfikiran global, berdaya saing, prihatin, luas kenalan, dan selesa dengan kepelbagaian. This is a reality of today, and we need to recognize diversity as a modern reality. Alright, so this one is basically how important data is. When you see the data, okay, you try to look at it from the Muslim world point of view. You as a Muslim, how do you position in it? For example, this is literacy rate in 2015. If you look at it today, perhaps there might be some changes, but basically the dark blue ones are those countries which have a very high literacy rate. Means people living there, many of them can read and write. Okay, so but the lighter color ones are those countries which are still struggling in providing literacy rate for the people, and apparently these countries are Muslim countries. So we have many things to do regarding this matter generally to enhance literacy rate among the people. But it's astonishing bila kita tengok orang Palestin bawah ni kan, banyak penduduknya yang PhD degree. Oh, that one is really out of the world lah. To me, I think it's astonishing fact that the whole wide world is mind-blowing. Islam will be the largest religion of the world, and it's actually very, very fast growing. So what this is something that we must leverage on. So how do we shape? Of course, if you say Islam will be the world's largest religion, do we portray that in the form of the values that we impart? So Islamic science is not something periphery or outside or marginal anymore. It will be in the center, because the only solution to the problem of the world is we need another way on how to look at knowledge. Knowledge as a whole must be knowledge that brings peace, a knowledge that brings what? Economic stability, social justice. Okay, I've mentioned with Dr. Juliana. We talk about Syed Qutb, yeah, talking about, wait a minute, talking social justice in Islam. Yeah, by Syed Qutb. Talking about how important it is to preserve that, and only with a good mindset or worldview that is already contained in Islamic teaching can we do this. This one is about migration. You see, many people are migrating, and now you see Muslims are many in the West. Okay, part of it because of the curse of the West as well, because the West came to our part of the world and colonized us. So things happen. We right now people go there because they should be our sponsor, right? Okay, basically speaking, that, you know, for example, in the UK, you see a lot of people from other parts of the world, from Asia, from Africa. So because of whatever problems in the East that we are having in the Middle East due to conflict, that is also a problem in our Muslim part of the world. We have a lot of conflicts. Part of them were inherited because of the exploitation of whomever power which are interested in the Middle East, but also part of them is because of the Muslims themselves. Okay, so going to the West, and now we increasingly see Muslims are increasing in the West. Now, Ustaz and Asatiza, you learn religion, you can learn from the West. Now, you can see many reliable scholars emerging from the generations from the West who eventually become citizens. And right now already we see many Muslims become politicians in the West, in the UK, in the, yeah, we were talking about probably could Iran, one of the Iran be the prime minister, or that professor last time they was talking about which citizenship he has. So there was a possibility, yeah, the president or the prime minister of these Western countries be Muslims, or we already see some of it going towards it right now. Okay, so renewable freshwater resources, countries which have less water resources also appears to be of the southern part or the Middle East part. So, you know, the next conflict of the world, people are saying that it may be because of scarcity of water. So perhaps we should think about that today. And as I said, Islam will be the world's largest religion, having a lot of population. That is actually a big leverage because the West are already aging population. So we talk about best case scenario and worst case scenario. You've done that exercise just now. What my vision for a best case scenario for Muslim communities is, we want Muslim communities which are referred and relevant. Okay, what does it mean? It really means a lot. If you are not referred, if you are not relevant, then why do you exist? Okay, but we want to exist, but with pride, with a certain standing in the world, to be referred, to be relevant. And Muslim communities which is known to connect people, not to separate people. Muslim communities who are known to be easy to work with, collaborative and inclusive. Muslim communities which could lead societal transformation, that does not live in silo, that does not live on in their own world, that looking at the society. Muslim communities create respected nation world leaders, as we've seen just now in our backcasting exercise. We want the leaders to be respected and brings togetherness and is knowledge based. Any decision that we make it based on knowledge, not by emotion. Muslim communities which have cross-disciplinary appeal, polymath. We are not only confined within our specific field. Now people are saying jack of all trade is a master of none, but I totally feel the opposite. Okay, we should not succumb to that. Even in professional field, I think being cross-disciplinary is a gift. So we should enhance whatever cross-disciplinary qualities that we have, but at the same time, you also deepen your subject matter. Okay, Muslim communities' competence is compatible. This is about competence, our real capacity, our engine is compatible to the real world, and we produce cutting-edge academia. That means research which is really, really useful and needed for the manfaat of the ummah. Okay, all right. Another thing is this one, disruption to Islamic science, which I have just put through what have we suffered in the past. Okay, we have seen secularism is also something which is undesired to us. We don't like it, but it happened, and we have suffered the consequences. That's why we have Islamic science today. And then because of globalization, modernization, Muslims in our forefathers, they have experienced modernization yang zaman Malaysia pakai skirt pendek tu semua, intellectual input from foreign sources. Okay, so these are examples of disruptions. In causal analysis, the litany is the Muslim world is lagging in education, but we want the Muslim world to become the forefront of cutting edge sciences. Okay, why is it lagging in education? Because of maybe the system. We have educational disparities. We may not have enough funding. Our curriculum is not up to date. Okay, political instability, of course, dia merugikan umat lah. Macam kita cerita tadi, memang merugikan umat, tak boleh nak progress. What we want is strong education, adequate funding, stability. Our worldview in now is preference for traditional religious studies over science and technologies. Okay. All right, worldview. Preference for traditional religion. Okay, this one is about Muslim world. Perhaps we have not much integration in knowledge. Okay, but in the future we want us to be the pioneers of scholarship, because we really believe that scholars are the heirs of the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. The metaphor, perhaps now and in the past we have been recipient of knowledge, but starting from now and towards the future, we are going to be a chest of treasure. All right, so emerging issues that is on the horizon that potentially cause a significant impact. I've mentioned some of it just now. Islamic scholars and Muslim scholars in the West, this is something that we must leverage on, because now when you talk about Islam, you can speak about it in Arabic, but you can also speak about it in English. So we have to also master English language. Perhaps in the future it's going to be Mandarin, who would know. Okay, the return to the AI Quran, the return to the AI Quran. Okay, yeah. Issues, this is issue. Okay, issue of Palestine, the issue of artificial intelligence and Islamic science. Okay, all right. There's one more thing which I would like to show you. Okay, all right. This one. These are the type of Muslims that we had in the past, based on the issues that they were facing, which was prevalent in the time. Okay, in the time of Prophet Muhammad SAW, the youth during that time, we saw great youth like Mus'ab, Umair, Ali, Usama. Okay, these were the people who were entrusted by Prophet Muhammad SAW to do difficult tasks, and they were pendakwah, okay, suitable to the function of Muslims during that time, during the early Islam. And then when you see in the next, when in the time of education era, the golden age, you saw Muslim youths during that time. They were very, very busy studying, they were scholars. Everyone went jauh mengembara untuk menuntut ilmu. Sebab itulah terhasilnya orang-orang seperti Ibn Sina, Ibn Rushd dan sebagainya. Kemudian kita lihat pula apabila berlakunya penjajahan, bagaimana pula keadaan youth kita. These are exemplary youth yang kita boleh contohkan, iaitu hasilnya jiwa-jiwa pendekar yang untuk menjaga kehormatan Islam dalam era penjajahan. Dan selepasnya itu, apabila dunia sudah mula negara bangsa timbul dan umat Islam dah ada negara masing-masing, ada juga orang Islam yang berada di barat, ada orang barat yang masuk Islam. Jadi usaha dakwah ataupun peranan belia pada ketika itu menjadi ini antara contoh-contoh yang kita keluarkan. Contoh Ahmad Didat was not that belia at that time, but still he was belia during the earlier time. He had a lot of interfaith debates, yang mengayakan pemahaman agama, juga sebentuk dakwah. Cat Stephen in the form of music, kan. I look, I see, Alif for Allah. Those are how to bring people to Islam during the age of music, during the age of Duran Duran. And then about some year later, like now, because of Islamophobia, and then we can see there are a lot of activism of Muslim youth talking about various issues, and we can highlight scholars. So make a habit for young learners like you, try to get used to scholarly writings who are Muslim contemporary scholars. So you have learned in Islamic science many traditional classical scholars, but you need to also know who are the contemporary Muslim scholars and what are their writings that you need to get close to. The vision of the Ummah in the Quran, Islam and foresight. Islam already has a lot of futures traits in it in the Quran. If you perhaps we can perhaps like me myself, I think I need to do a lot of tadabbur to see. If you look at it from the viewpoint of futures thinking, perhaps you will see it differently. For example, in this verse, Quran says, "Kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat linnasi ta'muruna bil ma'rufi wa tanhauna 'anil munkari wa tu'minuna billah." Kuntum khayra ummah. This is the standard, the picture of the Quran for us. We are the best of the nation. So what do we do? We enjoin what is right, we forbid what is wrong. So this is what is the things that we are supposed to do, and our akidah is strong. And then we are also being depicted in the Quran as ummatan wasata, a justly balanced nation. Litakunu syuhada'a 'ala nas, to become an example or witness to the people. And I end this. Before I end, just a little bit here. In Islam, futures thinking is nothing contradictory. In Islam, don't say that we are doing something which is unheard of, heresy, or along that line, because Islam also encourages us to change. Maybe you remember the verse in the Quran saying that Allah will not change a person until he changes the qawm changes themselves. So we can plan what we can see in our dunya, which we can see al-alam al-shahada, which involves our past and present future, which are within our realm of knowledge. The further you go, it's blurrier. You cannot see anymore the future. Even tomorrow, you cannot see. But you can plan for the future within you. And because we have this Islamic science, we understand that we have the Naqli direction, ulum an-Naqliyah direction. We believe that beyond what we can see, we also have knowledge of ilm al-ghaib, which are given to us in the Quran, and what we need to do is to have faith and believe. We know that we have akhirah. We also have certain targets to for the other world. And that is why we have the power of dua. Dua is a very powerful mental state for us to ask for a preferred situation in the future, whether it's future here within the world or it's future. I don't know whether you can call it future in the akhirah. I don't know whether you can call it future because it's outside the time zone in the other alam. But we are we are trained to use dua for hope, hope and raja. So I think this is a very powerful thing which me too, we need to understand how to use dua as a connection to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala towards our preferred futures. I end up with this hadith which says that even if you have a sapling in your hand, ada biji benih di tangan, and even if the resurrection, hari kiamat sudah tiba, will establish upon you, while he has in his hand a sapling, then let him plant it, tanamlah. Then that shows how optimistic Islam is about the future. So that is all from me. I open for some sharing by my fellow friends, perhaps from the Islamic perspective, or generally how you could benefit from this course before we end the session. Please, I welcome.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, thank you, Dr. Fadilah,
Yeah.
for explaining very, mashallah, very insightful sharing that we had since morning, right? But just to add a little bit more on what you have explained, currently we can see the trend in the West regarding the Free Palestine movement. And Alhamdulillah, it's very good to see that the thing that we couldn't see back in the days. So sometimes we have this kind of perception towards the Gen Z, but right. So sometimes they are complaining the Gen Z here and there, you know. But looking at what's happening in the West, we are actually, inshallah, hopefully, we're heading towards the good direction, inshallah. And apart from that, I just wanted to add this point from Sheikh Dr. Ahmad Raisuni, which is the Tokoh Ma'al Hijrah for International this year.
Yeah.
So we have Prof. Osman Bakar, and then for the international is Sheikh Ahmad Raisuni, right? So
Yeah.
I attended the lecture, and there was one question from this. I think he was from Egypt, so he was mentioning about what do we do about the current moral crisis and whatnot. And then I kind of love what Sheikh Ahmad Raisuni respond, because he responded that I don't think we should mention the current thing that we're having is moral crisis, because so I was like quite because we are normally we got used to the term moral crisis and whatnot, but to see him having a high hope, having a very good mindset toward this is not currently we're not having moral crisis. It's normal to have, the moral issues and whatnot, but to call it a crisis, it shouldn't be, we shouldn't think it that way. And then we have to be hopeful for the future. Yes, so that's basically what he shared with us. That's really made me think, really, really well about that. I just wanted to share that. Thank you, Doctor.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's how we shape our mind. If we look at it bleak, then it become bleak, isn't it?
Yes, that's true.
Right. Okay, Dr. Azmi. Maybe Dr. Azmi can ask around any feedback, and then we can just conclude the session. So I leave
Yes.
you.
Okay, guys. For our beloved students, we will kindly open to any reflections that you have from the whole program from today. Okay, so we'll open to any reflections from Muazka. Do we have Muaz?
Right there. So
Yeah.
today, based on this workshop, I have learned many things. So the most vital things is that the things that I learned, that we need to prepare for the future, because we don't know what might happen, especially to our religion. As we can see, many like big, for example, empire like Abbasiyah, they were attacked by the Mongols. We do not know what is the future. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. That was a big disruption, the Mongol invasion. Thank you.
One of the biggest disruptions. Yes, good. And I do want to comment some stuff that Dr. Fadila had said. We need to use the leverage of us as Muslims being one of the, by 2028 kan, is the biggest religion on earth. So this is a big advantage for us to help the da'wah and to help the kalimat al-Islam. And of course, the framework of Islam will be, inshallah, expanding more and more, especially in the West. And of course, the West is actually, the Muslims are indirectly dominating the West without, without us knowing and without us noticing. And within 2 or 3 generations, all these Muslims that were living in the Europe is actually expanding and giving the da'wah and giving the great kalimat of Islam a place for the public to see the whole image of the actual image of Islam at that moment and place. So this is a very good leverage for us to be interconnected with Muslim communities in the East and the West. So yeah, unifying all these Muslims together will be a big advantage for the Islam, inshallah. So let's leave. Ada lagi ke? Do we have another reflection from the students, please? Come on, guys. We need to know what you think.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Please.
okay. Thank you very much to Dr. Fadila and other lecturers that teaches us today. So actually, this subject, or I would say this course, is kind of related to history. So, and I'm someone I don't really like history, so I don't really like this subject at the beginning. So, but with time, when I was hearing the explanation of this course, I was interested in this program. So that's why I joined this, and Alhamdulillah, I learned a lot. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much. Jazakumullah khair. That's all.
Jazakumullah. Where you from, brother?
I'm from Nigeria.
From Nigeria. Nice to meet you. Inshallah, we'll see physically, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So do we have another reflection from other classes, guys?
That's it. I think any reflection you can discuss further in the class if you have. And there's going to be another course like this. If anyone is interested, it's only 30 people that we want to select. And it's going to be somewhere outside USIM in October. So I just want to know if anyone who is really, really interested in this, can you please just WhatsApp Dr. Azmi, say you are interested in Isfar extended. So then I will pick up from there. Okay, thank you. Cik Fitri, you want to say something on Dr. Ahmad before we end?
Nothing so much, Doctor. But I think I already learned a lot, and I think it's a good exposure for students as well. So I think that's all.
I think for me, I think it's a very good session, especially people who have not yet thinking for the future endeavors. But I try to add on, maybe we can have pictures for everyone if possible also, so that can be as a documentation for today also.
Okay, sure. Okay, buka kamera ke? Tengok. Okay, Dr. Azmi boleh kot tolong ni. You can open the camera if you can. Prof Norita mungkin. Whomever is available. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, ni Azmi ambil .
Okay, ya. 1, 2, 3. Right.
Okay, terima kasih. Itu saja daripada saya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih semua.
Terima kasih
Thank
semua.
you, guys.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Terima kasih, Pramita.
Okay, thank you so much, doctors.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Atis.
Thank you
Bye-bye,
so
guys.
much, Doctor.
Thank you so
Okay,
much,
thank you, everyone.
Doctor.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
much to all my
Bye, doctor.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Okay, then.
belanja like sikit, belanja like sikit.
Like what lagi?
Inilah
Bring the
kita,
love, bring the love.
this is digital happiness.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wow, that is so useful for energy booster.
Yeah, it gets
Inilah,
better and better. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, we should say that, right? It's not digital happiness. Okay, Assalamualaikum, leaving now.
Okay, guys.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.